Sairam, can you give video access?
Yes, sir.
Hi, guys. Are joining?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Oh, very nice.
Sure.
I think Vinith, you have to make me the panelist. I can't start my video.
Yeah. Give me.
Madam Sabrina has joined from Indonesia. Welcome, madam. This is Raghu.
Raghu, I don't know if it's a spiritual glow on your face or your beard is shining very brightly. Maybe the former.
I only wish. Dr. Bippin has joined. Asha, Dr. Bippin. Oh, please logged in.
Live on YouTube.
Very nice. Very nice. So shall we do a small test of each video, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, just to make sure everything is fine? Vinith, video.
Yes, I'll start.
You can play it continuously.
Vinith, sir?
Yeah, Amadip, you can play a video.
No, sir. It's showing host disabled participant screen sharing, but I'm a co-host actually. I don't know. Can you?
One second. Yeah. They're enabled.
Okay.
Amrita is now among the top 100 universities in the world and the first in India in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2021. THE Impact Rankings is the only rankings to rate universities around the world on United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This feat is a testament to our Chancellor Amma's vision and leadership.
100 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെയും കണക്കുകൾ നോക്കുന്ന അവരുടെ റിസർച്ചുകൾ, അവർ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഫണ്ടുകൾ, അവരുടെ ബുദ്ധിപരമായ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് പ്രൊമോഷൻ വലുപ്പം നീന്ത്. ഒറ്റ ഒരു അപേക്ഷ, ഈ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് നടത്തിയ റിസർച്ചിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തത് സമൂഹത്തിന് എത്ര കണ്ട് ഉപകരിച്ചു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എത്ര കണ്ട് നമുക്ക് സഹായിക്കാൻ പറ്റി എന്നുകൂടി ഒരു ഭാവം നമ്മൾ ഉണർത്തിയെടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അതൊരു സ്വർണ്ണത്തിന് പരിമണം എന്ന പോലെ ആയിരിക്കും.
Now ranked 5th in the world for quality education. Eighth in the world for gender equality. Thirty-seventh in the world for good health and well-being. 52nd in the world for clean water and sanitation. Top 200 in the world for industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Top 200 in the world for partnerships for the goals. We thank our students, faculty, staff, alumni, and partners who are influencing change both nationally and globally as we build for the future. Education has the mighty power to move millions of minds from darkness to light, from limitations to limitlessness, from finite to infinite. Our country is believed to have had a higher education system as early as 1000 BC. But today, only 26.3% of the total eligible population enroll for higher education. Only 8.15% of people are graduates. Amritam Kamea. Now is the time to revolutionize, rethink, redefine education. Fourth best university in India introduces new normal in delivering education to the masses. Amrita Ahead. Online degree programs. Unlimit yourself. Get ahead. Amrita is now among the top 100 universities in the world and the first in India in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2021. THE Impact Rankings is the only rankings to rate universities around the world on United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This feat is a testament to our Chancellor Amma's vision and leadership.
100 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെയും കണക്കുകൾ നോക്കുന്ന അവരുടെ റിസർച്ചുകൾ, അവർ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഫണ്ടുകൾ, അവരുടെ ബുദ്ധിപരമായ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് പ്രൊമോഷൻ വലുപ്പം നീന്ത്. ഒറ്റ ഒരു അപേക്ഷ, ഈ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് നടത്തിയ റിസർച്ചിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തത് സമൂഹത്തിന് എത്ര കണ്ട് ഉപകരിച്ചു, അല്ല എത്ര കണ്ട് നമുക്ക് സഹായിക്കാൻ പറ്റി എന്നുകൂടി ഒരു ഭാവം നമ്മൾ ഉണർത്തിയെടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അതൊരു സ്വർണ്ണത്തിന് പരിമണം വന്ന പോലെ ആയിരിക്കും.
Now ranked 5th in the world for quality education. Eighth in the world for gender equality. 37th in the world for good health and well-being. 52nd in the world for clean water and sanitation. Top 200 in the world for industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Top 200 in the world for partnerships for the goals. We thank our students, faculty, staff, alumni, and partners who are influencing change both nationally and globally as we build for the future. Education has the mighty power to move millions of minds from darkness to light, from limitations to limitlessness, from finite to infinite. Our country is believed to have had a higher education system as early as 1000 BC. But today, only 26.3% of the total eligible population enroll for higher education. Only 8.15% of people are graduates. Amritam Kamaya. Now is the time to revolutionize, rethink, redefine education. Fourth best university in India introduces new normal in delivering education to the masses. Amrita Ahead. Online degree programs. Unlimit yourself. Get ahead.
Share.
Good afternoon, everybody. A warm welcome. I'm Professor Sumit Behel with Amrita University, and welcome to day 2 of the proceedings of this wonderful Symposium of Universities. Before I start, let me just make sure that I'm audible. Somebody can comment. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, very much.
Thank you, Professor Ravi. Okay, so wonderful. Thank you again. And as I said, let us start proceedings for day 2 of this wonderful symposium. We had a wonderful session yesterday on day 1. We had some great sessions. We had policy makers like Shri Amitabh Kant, who talked about the steps taken by the government of India to promote SDGs across the entire country. We had our very own Dr. Manisha from Amrita talking about how student participation is key in compassion-driven programs across Amrita, across rural India. And Professor Jay Mishra talked about social businesses built around social innovation. And we had Professor Sitaram from IIT Guwahati commenting on the disruptive innovation in education. Professor Calderon talked about measurements that can be done by universities towards SDG goals. Professor Saskrita spoke about SDG at KIT University and how their vision is so aligned with Amrita and many other key SDG promoters. Dr. Carlson spoke about the Elsevier perspective around SDGs. Professor Suresh spoke about the commitment of GSS towards achieving SDGs. Professor Bhandari spoke about women-friendly policies and collaborations for health. And Professor Cartion talked about empowering educators to become agents of change. Professor Bhavani Rao from Amrita then explained Amrita's Chancellor's initiatives around compassion-driven research, which are driven at removing not just material poverty, but spiritual and emotional poverty as well. And then Dr. Karthik Narayan gave a wonderful closing synopsis of the entire session. So I know I can never do justice to all the events that happened yesterday, but I thought I would give you a brief perspective. And just for everybody to know, all the proceedings are available on YouTube in case you missed any of the sessions. And I would request one of my co-hosts to please paste the link in the chat so that all the participants have a chance to be able to view the YouTube sessions in case they missed that as well. And please do feel free to share the same with your colleagues as well. So now as we start day 2, again, please be prepared for a very, very interesting day. This is our final day and we have lots of great speakers, lots of innovative ideas about how universities are endeavoring to scale new heights across SDGs. So with that, let us start. Let us commence the proceedings with a short prayer.
Amrita is now among the top 100 universities in the world and the first in India in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2021. THE Impact Rankings is the only rankings to rate universities around the world on United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This feat is a testament to our Chancellor Amma's vision and leadership.
100 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെയും കണക്കുകൾ നോക്കുന്ന അവരുടെ റിസർച്ചുകൾ, അവർ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഫണ്ടുകൾ, അവരുടെ ബുദ്ധിപരമായ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് പ്രൊമോഷൻ വലുപ്പം നീത്. ഒറ്റ ഒരു അപേക്ഷ, ഈ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് നടത്തിയ റിസർച്ചിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തത് സമൂഹത്തിന് എത്ര കണ്ട് ഉപകരിച്ചു, അല്ലെ എത്ര കണ്ട് നമുക്ക് സഹായിക്കാൻ പറ്റി എന്നുകൂടി ഒരു ഭാവം നമ്മൾ ഉണർത്തിയെടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അതൊരു സ്വർണ്ണത്തിന് പരിമണം എന്ന പോലെ ആയിരിക്കും.
Now ranked 5th in the world for quality education. 8th in the world for gender equality. 37th in the world for good health and well-being. 52nd in the world for clean water and sanitation. Top 200 in the world for industry, innovation and infrastructure. Top 200 in the world for partnerships for the goals. We thank our students, faculty, staff, alumni and partners who are influencing change both nationally and globally as we build for the future.
That was an intro session about Amrita and what Amrita is doing towards our SDG goals. Again, I would request our team to start the proceedings with a short prayer.
ध्यायामो धवलावगुण्ठरवतीं तेजोमयीं नैष्टिकीं स्निग्धापाङ्गविलोकिनीं भगवतीं मन्दस्मित श्रीमुखीं वात्सल्यामृतवर्षिणीं सुमधुरं सङ्कीर्तनालापिनीं श्यामाङ्गीं मधुसिद्धसूक्तिम् अमृतात्मिकामीश्वरीम् अमृतानन्दात्मिकामीश्वरीम् अमृतानन्दात्मिकामीश्वरीम्.
Om Amriteshwari Namah. On that very auspicious note, let us start the proceedings for day 2. Our first speaker today is Dr. Shanghan. Dr. Shanghan is the Dean Faculty of Engineering and the Professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering and Material Science at Amrita. He brings with him over 25 years of international research, management, and leadership experience. His focus and dedication is in preparing the next generation graduates for challenges in science, technology, engineering, and management. He's a strong believer in an educational process that promotes creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship while providing the students with strong fundamentals. Dr. Shanghan is really a very, very good friend and a real driving force across Amrita. So without further ado, let me turn it over to him. So please join.
Thank you, Sumit. Can you hear me? Just
Absolutely.
Confirmation. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Very well. Very good. Okay. Very good. Very good. Om Amriteshwariye Namaha. Very good afternoon to everyone. I take great pleasure in welcoming all of you to this symposium, and a very special welcome to all our keynote and guest speakers. Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, India. Dr. Bippin Nair, Dean, School of Biotechnology, Amrita University, India. Dr. Riri Fitri Sari, Chairperson, UI Green Metrics, University of Indonesia. Mr. Duncan Ross, Chief Data Officer, Times Higher Education, UK. Ms. Laura Tucker, Founder and CEO, Vertigo Ventures, UK. Professor K.R.S. Sambasivarao, Vice Chancellor, Mizoram University, India. Mr. Chinmay Panigrahi, Group Product Manager, Elsevier, Netherlands. Professor Madhu Chitkara, Pro-Chancellor, Chitkara University, Punjab. Mr. Waldemar Siwiński, Vice President, IREG Observatory, Poland. Professor Ashish Kumar Chattopadhyay, Pro-Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, University of Calcutta. And of course, my dear friend, Dr. Raghuraman, who's the Director of Amrita Center for Accreditation and Rankings and the architect of this entire symposium. I extend a very warm welcome to all the attendees of this symposium. As occupants of this planet, we have to act responsibly. If I were to summarize this whole symposium for the past 2 days, what is it? Are we going to plunder Mother Earth, or are we going to use things that we actually need and ensure that we give back to Mother Earth? These are some things to ponder, and I think the time is now. We need to think about all of these things, because the more we extract, the less we gain, in fact. Now, Amrita University has been very active in leading many of the initiatives towards sustainability. And I think the video that was shown earlier outlines everything that we do. And you saw about good health and well-being, gender equality, quality education, clean water and sanitation, industry innovation and infrastructure. And if I were to add a bit more that we already are and doing, it's affordable and clean energy, and sustainable and resilient communities. All of these are very important and directly led by our Chancellor Amma. Now, if I were to just bring out some highlights of what Amrita has done and what we have achieved. For the past, 20 years or so, we have been working on these things, and we didn't know that all of these will become so important in a short span of time. And it is important. And Amrita, if you look at, we have been ranked #1 in Swachhata Campus Awards under Technical Institute category. This is an initiative by the Ministry of Human Resource Development. Now, why are we doing this? As citizens, as responsible citizens, we should promote cleanliness, hygiene, and all of the things that we should be looking at as giving back to Mother Earth. This has to go into the heads and the breath of every future generation of this planet. It's not about India alone, it's the entire world. Now, this ranking assesses universities and campuses on many, many aspects, like how do we do waste management? How do we bring about the culture of awareness about health and hygiene? How do we use technology to segregate solid, liquid waste, and how do we manage them? Are we really making use of everything that falls from the sky, the rain? Are we harvesting enough and storing them and making efficient use of water? Water management will become, and is an important aspect, it will be so important that we don't know and we don't even foresee what that is. However, it will become more precious than any of your precious metals. Now, Swachhata culture in a campus and the social outreach. And as university, we just don't maintain what we do within the campus. It's also important that we take the knowledge and the know-how to the neighborhood. I mean, all of us are part of it. And hence awareness around where we are is also important. And that's what we inculcate in our students. And I'm very proud of that, that we were able to get so many of our students participate in these activities and promote the awareness of Swachhata. Swachhata is cleanliness. Now, the clean, smart campus, all of this is aimed to seek engagement with all the stakeholders, current, future generation, and primarily the student community. If they can imbibe all of this, they will be the best resources to mobilize the goals and ambitions of these sustainable development goals. And if I were to just kind of emphasize one thing, I want to thank Dr. Sahasrabudhe. Under his able leadership, AICTE, All India Council for Technical Education, has started many initiatives. And it's an awesome thing that they have brought all of these aspects into the curriculum. And what, in fact, they're trying to do is prepare the current and future occupants of this planet to think differently and get in tune with the culture of giving back to Mother Earth. I'm sure all of you sitting here today are thinking about ways and means to live in harmony with nature. I'm sure all of you will listen to many interesting concepts and topics covered today. And together, I think we should make sustainability as priority one in whatever we do. Once again, welcome all the speakers and the participants to the symposium organized by Amrita Vishwavidyapita. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you, Dr. Shanghan, for your opening comments. Very inspiring. I would next like to invite Dr. Bippin Nair. Dr. Bippin Nair from Amrita. Again, he's the Dean of the School of Biotechnology and Faculty of Sciences. And he's also the coordinator of the TIFAC Center of Relevance and Excellence in Biomedical Technology at Amrita, under the Mission Reach grant of the Department of Science and Technology. Apart from setting up the state-of-the-art Amrita Biomedical Engineering Research Center as part of TIFAC core, Dr. Nair also led the group that developed a prototype of an automated insulin pump, which resulted in Amrita University's first patent from the US Patent Office. Dr. Bippin Nair is also a very wonderful researcher, great friend, and also an inspiration for my hairstyle. So without further ado, Dr. Bippin Nair.
Thank you, Sumit, for that kind introduction. And we probably will compete with each other for that exclusive hairstyle.
Sure.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we're able to see Dr. Bippin.
Yeah, very much.
And I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's a real pleasure for me to be able to have this opportunity to participate in this very important symposium, looking at and share my thoughts on higher education institutions and their collaboration as important drivers of SDG performance. All of us are very familiar with this United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Everything from eradication of poverty and hunger, looking at providing for good health and education, ensuring clean water and sanitation, looking at partnerships to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. And when we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, basically the definition for sustainable development would be trying to meet the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And in that regard, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that have been set up by the United Nations involving 169 different targets, 232 indicators, and all of those to be achieved by 2030 is indeed a tall order. But there is increasing attention to the environment and to other developmental concerns. And in that regard, higher education institutions have definitely taken up that thought process and are looking to address sustainable development needs. In that regard, again, the United Nations academic impact has played a major role in bringing higher education institutions into the forefront. So evolution and articulation of these United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as it relates to these HEIs and propagation of those Sustainable Development Goals with responsible activity and innovation in these higher education institutions plays an important role. Again, Monash in Australia or MIT and Stanford in the US have already integrated some of these Sustainable Development Goals into the curriculum across major disciplines. So those are multi-sectoral programs and projects that are all designed and defined to achieve these SDGs. Because the understanding is that the faculty, the activities at these higher education institutions would have practical innovations that can help us to realize one or a cluster of these Sustainable Development Goals. What is the output? What is the outcome? What does one achieve if, as a higher education institution, we are focusing on Sustainable Development Goals? Those are the research inputs, the outputs that can bring about potential for further collaboration across institutions within the country and across national and international borders. That would provide for a better blueprint, bring about a more sustainable future for all concerned. And in doing so, what the higher education institutions could do could be to have these as matrices, as SDG targets to evaluate sustainability in their core operations. And in doing so, also identify routes that again, it's very important that, for example, in Europe, there is the Aurora Universities Network, which provides a dashboard for universities which are part of that organization to map research outputs from the SDGs. And of course, Times Higher Education Impact Rankings that have looked at measuring SDG activity in about 860 universities across 89 countries globally has had an important effect on how universities look at SDG and pursuit of those goals. Worked its way into the top 100 universities in these impact rankings of the THE, of course, being the first university in India to have that goal. Talking about collaborations in higher education institutions, I wanted to spend a couple of minutes just talking about a very interesting story. It dates back to 1953, called the double helix story. The classic story with all the components of HEI or higher education institution collaborations, individual personalities, high stature of the institutions involved, transfer of information, hiding information, or bringing about most controversial of all HEI collaborations that I just like to touch upon. We're talking about two major institutions, King's College in London and the University of Cambridge. It involved four really collaborating giants, four stalwarts, Rosalind Franklin, who was a X-ray crystallographer par excellence, Maurice Wilkins, both of them at the King's College London, James Watson and Francis Crick at the University of Cambridge. All these groups were working on the structure of DNA. Rosalind Franklin had indeed obtained data looking at X-ray crystallography generated by her student Raymond Gosselin, and which they had identified as photo 51. Crick and Watson had already been working on the structure of DNA, but Wilkins had shared some of this data with Watson, and using that, they were able to correctly interpret the structure of DNA, and in a series of publications back to back in Nature, a theoretical article coming from Watson and Crick, and two very data-rich papers coming from the Wilkins and Franklin groups helped to elucidate that structure of DNA. The important point here is that Franklin had the data, could interpret it, Crick and Watson had the idea times that Crick and Watson actually took the data without Franklin's knowledge and published it, and were able to elucidate correctly. Franklin didn't have an idea of what that data meant. Francis Crick and Watson needed that data to be able to show. Ultimately, unfortunately, Rosalind Franklin died of ovarian cancer in 1958. And 4 years later, the Nobel Prize was awarded to Watson, Crick, and Wilkins. So the question was, shouldn't Franklin also have been rewarded for her efforts in bringing about this collaborative discovery of the biggest scientific discovery in the century? So when we look at interdisciplinary collaborations, scientific practice definitely has become progressively more interdisciplinary. It is definitely technology-driven, more project-based. And once we have that kind of a collaboration in place, there is access to expertise, there is access to high-end equipment that may be necessary to address those scientific facts. There is technology that becomes available, and of course, funding. The overall idea being that that kind of a collaborative approach can definitely produce better results that can be achieved more quickly, working as a team or multiple teams, rather than a single researcher working on a problem. One such interdisciplinary collaborative effort is what has come to light with our efforts to generate what are known as biotechnology virtual labs generated at Amrita, where students who can get the real feel of a laboratory, although they are simply at an internet-enabled computer terminal. These biotechnology virtual labs that were designed and developed at Amrita have been used worldwide. We were able to develop that in collaboration with IIT Delhi and IIT Bombay. But students are introduced to the lab experiments even before they walk into a wet lab. And that has enabled them to understand concepts much better. As a result of this kind of a development, we have more than 100,000 students who have been trained using these virtual labs, more than 6,000 from 30 or 40 experiments. And all of this has been possible with support from the Department of Science and Technology and NMEICT of the Government of India. Again, collaboration with international universities has also resulted in a lot of fruitful improvement in the research. There is increased robustness, the quality of research can be improved, there is greater reliability, accuracy, and the benefit for institutions or partner institutions involved is the ability to achieve the research goals. Some of these have been very easily manifested in our collaborations for example, with Cambridge and Oxford looking at cancer, lead discovery cancer, looking at Columbia and Durban for sanitation biotechnology, looking at antimicrobial resistance research, collaboration with UC San Diego, and also natural products research at some of these developments in collaboration with Scripps and Berkeley and
Dr. Bippin,
sustainable development
you
goals
seem to be
and
having,
focusing on.
Dr. Bippin, just 1 second. We'll do a quick audio connectivity on yours.
Sorry? Yeah.
The connection is slightly unstable. I was wondering, would you like to maybe turn off the video and see if that helps and go through? Because a couple of times we could not hear you at all.
Sure. Can we try now?
Kindly try turning off if
Better?
that helps. Yeah, much better, much better. Thank you.
Yeah, turned off the video now.
Yeah, very clear. We lost you again. Dr. Bippin, we lost you again.
And
We're losing him, sir.
Dr. Bippin, we are in the slide where you're talking about global impact collaboration, which is what we are seeing, but we are not able to hear you at all. Are you able to hear us, Bippin, or would you like to join again and continue from where you left off?
Maybe we can take a couple of minutes break while Dr. Bippin is reconnecting. Maybe we could have a quick video break and just join back in 2 minutes.
Amrita is now among the top 100 universities in the world and the first in India in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2021. THE Impact Rankings is the only rankings to rate universities around the world on United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This feat is a testament to our Chancellor Amma's vision and leadership.
100 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെയും കണക്കുകൾ നോക്കുന്ന അവരുടെ റിസർച്ചുകൾ, അവർ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഫണ്ടുകൾ, അവരുടെ ബുദ്ധിപരമായ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് പ്രൊമോഷൻ വലുപ്പം നീന്ത്. ഒറ്റ ഒരു അപേക്ഷ, ഈ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് നടത്തിയ റിസർച്ചിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തത് സമൂഹത്തിന് എത്ര കണ്ട് ഉപകരിച്ചു, അല്ലെ എത്ര കണ്ട് നമുക്ക് സഹായിക്കാൻ പറ്റി എന്നുകൂടി ഒരു ഭാവം നമ്മൾ ഉണർത്തിയെടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അതൊരു സ്വർണ്ണത്തിന് പരിമണം എന്ന പോലെ ആയിരിക്കും.
Now ranked 5th in the world for quality education. 8th in the world for gender equality. 37th in the world for good health and well-being. 52nd in the world for clean water and sanitation. Top 200 in the world for industry, innovation and infrastructure. 200 in the world for partnerships for the goals. We thank our students, faculty, staff, alumni, and partners who are influencing change both nationally and globally as we build for the future.
Thank you. And I think we had a short technical glitch, so hopefully that is resolved. Dr. Bippin, are you back online?
Yeah, can you hear me and see the slide?
Yes, yes, we're able to hear you and the slide is clear. You may want to go into screen showing mode. Perfect.
Okay.
Please continue, Dr. Bippin.
Sorry about that small technical glitch. Oh, you just keep hoping that something like that doesn't happen in the middle of a talk. But as I was recounting, our collaboration with industry as well as universities across the globe, Agilent Technologies in Germany, for example, for research collaborations, for help with technical support, and collaboration with universities, the University of Arizona or the University of California, San Diego, Riverside, as well as the types of Oxford and Cambridge, having helped us tremendously in furthering our research objectives in pursuing the Sustainable Development Goals. As for example, there's a lot of effort that can be put in with the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which is good health and well-being, trying to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. And in this regard, what we have done is collaborated with industry, Wipro Technologies in Bangalore, for example, and supported affordable, smart solutions for diabetes care. So also collaboration with Agilent Technologies Germany, looking at novel lead discovery, proteomics, and other advanced research efforts. Another Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 6, looking at clean water and sanitation, trying to ensure access to clean water and sanitation for all. Why is that important, one may ask? We have to know that 2 million tons of sewage is discharged into the world's waterways annually. 1.8 million deaths, children dying of water-related diseases. That's 1 every 20 seconds. 90% of all wastewater, especially in developing countries, is discharged untreated into the waterways. So this becomes an important aspect. Water is an essential, critical resource, but managing that wastewater is a monumental challenge. With support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in the US and the DBT, as well as the Indo-Canada IC Impacts funding, we've looked at sanitation biotechnology as an important aspect of what we do with research, trying to manage wastewater, looking at different approaches, biocontrol of infection and smell, utilizing bacteriophages, a microbial consortium or small molecules, and thereby try to control infection as well as malodor, looking at what we call a lytics broadcasting system. We've also been trying to look at constructing or developing an aspirational vertical garden concept where we are able to bring about 4 log orders of magnitude decrease in pathogen count in wastewater. What are the outcomes of these efforts to collaborate with industry, with universities worldwide, and with interdisciplinary collaboration is number of publications, patents, funding, and so on. For example, about 225 publications at a healthy rate of about 45 publications per year, just over the past 5 years. About 15 crores worth of research funding, 20 PhDs having been awarded, and close to 10 patents now that have been awarded. So some of these are the outcomes of that kind of collaborative research in between universities. And as I mentioned earlier, the United Nations Academic Impact in collaboration with the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, has been instrumental in mobilizing universities and other institutions to promote teaching, applied research, as well as problem-solving capabilities, all focused on the Sustainable Development Goals. And in doing so, they can generate relevant academic content, also try and integrate this content into the global academic programs. And we were very fortunate to team up with the United Nations Academic Impact Group in hosting the first global meeting in New York with a conference on technology for sustainable development. So the need of the hour really is that all institutions, higher education institutions, should try to trigger systematic and procedural transformation towards trying to achieve these United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We need to acknowledge the role of these higher education institutions in supporting the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And HEIs are definitely considered as incubators of these ideas that can propel us towards achieving those Sustainable Development Goals by that target of 2030. Globally, the take-home message is that globally, HEIs are key drivers of these Sustainable Development Goals because they are the hubs of innovation and critical thinking. And when you look at India as a main player in this whole exercise, India's progress in achieving those goals is critical globally because of the 1.3 billion population that we have, and at the same time, that extraordinary sustained economic growth. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Bippin. Very nice. And I know we had a little bit of technical glitch, but I think your message was loud and clear about how biotechnology as well as other technologies are so instrumental in promoting SDGs. So wonderful efforts from your team, and thank you for joining us today. I would next move on to invite one of our international speakers. Dr. Riri Fitri Sari is the Faculty of Engineering, University of Indonesia, teaching and researching in the field of Internet of Things, computer networks, protocol engineering, and the implementation of information and communication technology. Dr. Riri is actively involved with university rankings and has been the chairperson of UI Green Metric ranking of world universities since then. Dr. Riri, please, a very, very warm welcome to our symposium, and I will turn it over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Sumet Behi. Good afternoon, everyone, all university leaders, Professor Nair, Professor Raghu. I saw my friends already also here today, will be with me during our session from UI Green Metric. Dr. Junaidi will also share this presentation with me. Greetings from University of Indonesia in Jakarta. Today we are going to present Universities, UI Green Metric and SDGs in the time of pandemic as our theme today, and also this year, because knowing that during the last almost 12 years, UI Green Metric has been going from strength to strength in promoting the use of university ranking, not for the sake of a ranking itself, but also for making the better collaboration and cooperation among universities. It was initiated in 2010, in which we started with a modest number of participants, and now we have more than 912 participants out of 84 countries. So it's the first world university ranking on green and sustainable campus, initiated by University of Indonesia. So we are member of IREC. Today I have my friend Waldemar also here from IREC. We thank Amrita University for inviting us in a very, this is very good opportunity to meet all stakeholders in university ranking and sustainability. Because when we started 12 years ago, our university rector, president at that time, foresee that in the future, sustainability will be most important, and the use of ranking to empower and to inspire university leaders all over the world will make a better use of collaboration and achievement for that. So the aim is to create an open and respected world university ranking, which brings sustainable impact to universities around the world. If you see that our ranking mission is to organize annual World University Ranking on Sustainability. So now we are opening the submission until October. So every year we announce it in December. The second one is encouraging sustainability practices in universities around the world. The third one is providing sustainability-related services for universities around the world. And the fourth one is facilitating international collaboration. As you can see, this is the in IREC meeting. These are the league table of rankers. You can see that UI green metric is in number 13, as is the only one stated in environment. This was until 2021, but we see that it has been created in a way so that first, we really look into the operation and maintenance of the university. So you can tell later on that to be able to empower university leaders to improve their university, we are using 6 indicators, which is, you can see here that the methodology is that there are 6 indicators. The first one is setting an infrastructure, which covers 50% of the score, in which we evaluate whether how the university have more space for greenery and how it is safeguarding environment, as well as the campus sustainable development budget, for example. The second indicator is energy and climate change, which covers 21%. We evaluate how the improvement of the effort in using energy efficiency appliances, different renewable energy, and how we can see green building, building information modeling, and smart building has been implemented in universities worldwide. The third one is waste management, which covers 18%, in which we evaluate programs and waste treatment management, how program waste recycling program, toxic waste management, organic and inorganic waste management have been conducted in all universities facilities. The fourth one is water, which cover 10%. We hope to decrease the use of groundwater, to use more municipality facility, increase conservation program, and protect the habitat. The fifth one is green transportation, which cover 18%. We would like most university to have a policy to limit the number of private vehicles, pedestrian, and the number of parking spaces, for example, etc. And the sixth indicators is education and research. Here, we ask university leaders to evaluate courses which are related to SDGs, research that is related to environment and sustainability, publication that we can see related to sustainability and education and environment, the annual report, the website, and all university activities for student and staff related to this. So these are very simple, so that many universities, we hope, would like to evaluate themselves by themselves, and then eventually by October, we have all the evidence they submitted, and we double check on the result. As you can see, we can map UI green metric to SDGs for setting and infrastructures. It covers these SDGs for energy and climate change. It covers this SDGs that we would like to, which can be mapped into our indicator. And the for water, for waste, for transportation, and also for education and research. So we would like to introduce this in the beginning so that it's catchy for all university leaders, and it's appealing because it's not complicated to fill in. So we evaluate universities and create a ranking on region, country, category based on this 6 category from the campus settings and also by the type of the university. As you can see, the participating universities are distributed worldwide like this. And the trend is that we have more and more university participating. So in 2021, we would like to introduce the feeling and evaluation of university operation during the time of pandemic. How the Sustainable Development Goals have also been overseen by university leaders. And later on, my friend, Mr. Junaidi, will tell you more about the collaboration and cooperation among university rather than ranking itself. So these are the new things we would like to evaluate: the percentage of operation and maintenance activities of building during COVID-19, campus facilities for disabled, special needs and maternity care, security and safety facilities, health infrastructure, and conservation program for plant, animal, wildlife, and genetic resources. And also for energy and climate change, we evaluate the number of innovative programs during the pandemic and how impactful is the university programs conducted in the university to the climate change mitigation programs. And we also evaluate for water, for example, we ask for the additional facilities such as hand washing, sanitation facilities, and during the pandemic situation. And also there are more practices that, good practices that could be followed by many universities worldwide. For education and research, we ask about how the number of cultural activities on campus, including virtual activities, the number of university programs to cope with pandemic, and also the number of sustainability community services projects, and also sustainability related startups, green jobs, and towards green economy in the future. To participate, you can register. You can send email to greenmetric@ui.ac.id, and we will send you the username and password for that. And we look forward to for your university to join. So you will fill this questionnaire in the UI Green Metric website. We hope that you can submit before October so that we can validate and announce the result. But more and more collaboration program will be presented by Mr. Junaidi. Mr. Junaidi.
Thank you, Professor Riri. Could I use this slide of yours?
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you. So thank you very much, dear panelists and dear participants. Allow me to give you a highlight about the UI Green Metric World University Ranking Networks. As you may probably know, it's the only university rankings with a network. So it was established back in 2017 with the aims to create sustainable university with sustainable future. As a network, we operate with these principles. We are open to all universities around the world to participate and join the collaboration. As Dr. Nair mentioned, it's very important to have international collaboration in order to tackle issues of sustainability that we face today. It's also participatory. Every members can promote their activities as well as introduce a new initiative in the network. It's collaborative. We respect each other, and we have the common goal that is to be sustainable universities. Next slide, please. So we have 3 thematic priority for the network in order to advance the efforts of our members and contribute to global society. So the first one is shaping global higher education and research in sustainability. We do creating global sustainability leaders, as well as partnering on solutions to sustainability challenges. So by doing so, we can together shape the policy of higher education and research and bring impacts to the world, as well as to cooperate to enhance the global leadership, students, administrators, faculty, as well as their institutions. And then, of course, it's very important to work together with partners from government, from business, international organization, and community leaders to find solutions to regional as well as global challenges. In order to do that, we have a network of coordinators. These coordinators represent their own country. So far we have 30 coordinators from 30 countries. So they are working together with their universities in their country in order to implement the 3 thematic priorities that I have mentioned earlier. So this is our agenda for 2021. As you can see, it involves a lot of activities from different countries. So we have a national workshop in each university, in each country, from Hungary, Thailand, Iran, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, United Arab, Pakistan, Ecuador, Russia, Colombia, Taiwan, and so on. So, and we have also the international workshop, as well as other activities like a course on sustainability. So the newest initiative would be to create a online courses on SDGs provided by professors of 7 universities in 7 countries in 4 continents. It will be launched next month in September to be attended by students of these 7 universities in the network. Next slide, please. So this is the online course which I mentioned. You can find the link there and see how it works. So we are calling for students now in order to participate for this online course on sustainability. By the way, the online course is for free for the participating universities in these activities. Next slide, please. Other than that, we are also doing other activities. This is a partnering on solutions in which several universities in Indonesia collaborate to make use of the ecoenzyme and then pour the ecoenzyme into the water to make or to restore the water in the river or in the lakes to be cleaner. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, now the next agenda next month would be, we will have an international workshop on UI Green Metric in which all member universities around the world, there are about 912 universities from 84 countries who are invited to join this international workshop. This year, it will be hosted by University Putra Malaysia, University Putra Malaysia is also the national coordinator of UI Green Metric for universities in Malaysia. So if you are from Malaysia and your university is interested to join, you can contact us and UPM to join the network. So we invite you all to join this international workshop. And to find out more about our activities, please visit these links. So I think that's about it. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Bu Riri.
Thank you. That's it from UI Green Metrics. So we welcome all universities to join our network and also to use the notion of ranking to improve our university to prepare the best facilities for our students and staff to nurture themselves to make the better world. Thank you, and back to you, Professor Sumedbhai. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Riri, and thank you, Mr. Junaidi. Thank you for sharing your comments, and really very fascinating to hear about the Green Metrics World Rankings and all the sustainability initiatives that you are pioneering. So very wonderful to hear from both of you. Thank you so much for joining us.
My regards to Amma. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure she knows, but thank you very much. Next up, we have a very, very distinguished guest. We have the chairman of AICT Ministry of Education, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, joining us. Dr. Sahasrabuddhe is just a few minutes behind. So in that time, we will take a quick video break and then we will join shortly thereafter.
Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, dedicates literally every day of her life to consoling suffering people all over the world. Her message and the essence of her compassion is expressed in her darshan, the motherly embrace she has given to more than 33 million people throughout her life.
We call it darshan. When Amma hugs people, we call it darshan. In an hour, Amma would give darshan to 3,000 people. So I can
That's
imagine.
1 per second.
Imagine the speed, yeah.
Right.
Almost 1 hour.
Except for 2 seconds, except for 1
They're
second.
both hands.
But also running all the university and running all those institutions in addition. I mean, running a big organization can be done. The Prime Minister of India has to run the whole country, but he doesn't spend all day meeting people.
She has been known to give darshan for more than 22 hours without interruption. Receiving Amma's embrace, many feel inspired to offer selfless service to those in need. In this way, this simple yet powerful act has become both catalyst and symbol for a growing international network of humanitarian initiatives known collectively as Embracing the World.
The deeper one experiences both the people around her and Amma herself, the more captured one is by the commitment to helping people.
More than 25 years ago, the administrators of a local orphanage confessed to Amma that they were out of funds. They told Amma that before long, they would have no choice but to turn the children out on the street. Amma diverted the money that had been saved to build her ashram's first prayer hall and used it to assume care of the orphans. With this, Embracing the World was born. Amma immediately began caring for the children, rebuilding the orphanage and re-establishing the school. Inspired by Amma's profound concern for the children's well-being, Embracing the World completely renovated the orphanage and transformed its atmosphere. Today, there are 500 children living at the orphanage. With the nourishing food and loving care and encouragement they receive from dedicated staff, the children gain the confidence and the strength to move forward in life.
Here, there is a woman who sits and hugs 14 hours a day. Here's a woman who has not been educated, and yet she looks after maybe over 100,000 students, which includes school students, kindergarten students, and then students at higher education. Sciences like nanotechnology, microbiology, I mean, things that she's never learned, things that even we, in our most educated forms, find it difficult to learn. How does she do it?
The university's research program is entirely focused on initiatives that have concrete social impact and directly benefit people in need. Our scientists are innovating new applications for existing technology and inventing entirely new products and approaches to solving some of the world's most pressing problems, from disaster management to ensuring access to education to the management and cure of disease. Projects include the world's first ever wireless sensor network system for landslide detection, tablet-based learning programs offered in rural communities nationwide, state-of-the-art low-cost biomedical devices, virtual laboratories for students in educational settings with limited access to physical labs, and more.
Prabha is an ultraviolet disinfectant robot. Because it's remotely operated, there is no need for the person or the operator to come into direct contact with the ultraviolet radiations, which are harmful to eyes and skin. Maruti is a teleoperated wheelchair for transporting the patients from isolation wards to test labs or for X-ray without the need for the operator to touch the wheelchair or touch the patients. It works in a Bluetooth wireless interface, and the operator can operate it at a safe distance of more than 1 meter.
The Amrita Speech and Hearing Improvement School is one of the few schools in Kerala that scientifically teaches hearing impaired children to speak. The students work hard to overcome the limitations created by their speech and hearing disabilities. The Amrita Institute for Differently Abled is dedicated to providing education for differently abled children, including those with Down syndrome, epilepsy, autism, and intellectual developmental disability. The programs provide these children with basic life skills and fundamental concepts that will help them function as independently as possible on a day-to-day basis. That while the children may not excel academically, they possess hidden talents. Properly cultivated, these talents can be nurtured into skills they will be able to use to make a living in their adult life.
We hope that we can help. It would be wonderful for our team to get together with your team to exchange ideas and experiences.
Jagadamba जगन्माता आपल्या देशाच्या संदर्भात आपण भारत माता म्हणतो, पण खरी भारत माता कोण आहे? त्या भारत मातेचं रूप काय आहे? मला ती भारत मातेला पाहू शकेल का? तर आपली अम्माच ती भारत माता आहे.
Just amazing to see Amma doing her the complete visibility of her life and how inspiring she is to all of us. So, and she is really the Chancellor of Amrita University, the guiding light for the institutions and for millions of people worldwide. So I believe we will continue. Dr. Sahasrabudhe has still not joined us. So I would request maybe if we can have him in the next session, and we can invite Mr. Duncan Ross. I believe Mr. Ross is online. Let me invite Mr. Duncan Ross as our next speaker. Mr. Duncan Ross is the Data and Analytics Director for the Times Higher Education, helping to create new and innovative rankings and data products across the THE sector. So Duncan Ross was listed in the top 50 data leaders in the UK by Information Age. He's a wonderful speaker and a great policy maker, and really driving SDG goals across the world, I would say. So with that, Duncan, please join us and please share your thoughts with us.
So thank you so much for inviting me today. It's a great privilege to be speaking to you all. And firstly, can I start by expressing our admiration for Amma and, of course, our hope that everyone in India is safe and well at this moment in time. I would like to say also before I start, please do ask questions. I'm going to leave some time at the end. Hopefully there will be some great questions coming from you. Do use the Q&A function on Zoom to ask those questions as we go along, and we'll try our best to answer some of those. Now, if I can just find where I put my slides. So here we go. So my name is Duncan Ross. As you've just heard, I'm the Chief Data Officer for Times Higher Education. And so what that means is that a lot of my time is spent pulling together data to try and understand what universities are and what they're doing, how they are changing the world. And Times Higher Education itself is 50 years old in 2021. And we've always had this role to try and help universities to understand their position against their missions, to help students find the university best suited to their abilities and their aspirations, but above all, to help higher education deliver transformational teaching, research and innovation. And for much of that 50 years, of course, we were a magazine. We started off as part of the Times newspaper. We've now been independent for many years. But from my perspective, as you might have guessed, this started to get really interesting when we started to explore the data that universities have. And that data gives us insight into how well universities are fulfilling their missions. And the way that we collect data, obviously we look at data that's provided by universities and given to their governments, but that data varies hugely from country to country. Some countries are very well instrumented and collect a lot of detailed data, others much less so. And so back in 2004, we started to produce our first World University Rankings. And that allowed us to gather data on universities in a way that was consistent internationally. And this was a huge step forward in terms of trying to understand how universities fit together on the world stage. Not least because it recognized something that that we heard very strongly from the previous presentation by Professor Sari and the UI Green Metrics team, which is that, of course, the world of higher education is an international world. It is one of collaboration and working together across international borders. And yet international data is really difficult to get hold of. Now, the World University Rankings are very much focused on the research mission. They are a traditional style of rankings. But the research mission isn't the only mission of universities or higher education. In 2015, we started to explore the teaching mission. We did this on a country basis. We have 2 teaching focused rankings, one that we publish in the Wall Street Journal in the United States and one that's in Japan. Teaching is much more difficult to measure in a consistent way across international borders. And then in 2019, we launched the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings. And these came out of a desire to really try and understand how universities were directing their efforts with regards to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Now, of course, you can make a strong case for any of these 3 missions as being really crucial. If we look at the case for the research mission, this is what you might describe as the traditional view of universities. If you went out onto the streets of Delhi or the streets of Kuala Lumpur or the streets of Tokyo and asked someone, what are the top 10 universities in the world, you would get a list that was remarkably consistent. Harvard would probably be at the top, and you would have the usual suspects. And that is a fairly global perception that the research mission is one of the critical ways in which we evaluate the global excellence of institutions. And of course, we have to recognize that in most of our universities, the route to leadership is via research. You start off as an early career researcher, you develop your skills, you get a professorship, you may lead a department, you may lead a school and a faculty, and eventually you become a university leader. So this idea of research is baked into the way our universities work. But of course, it's not the only mission. There is a very strong case for the teaching mission, and it's one that our governments often push on universities very strongly. Often governments view universities simply as a process for taking 16, 17, 18-year-olds and turning them into graduates who are ready for employment. I think that's a far too narrow view of the qualities that a university gives to our graduates, but nevertheless, often governments can take that relatively narrow view. Teaching is, of course, a major source of funding, whether that's from our government grants or from tuition fees in some countries. And it's worth saying, of course, that without teaching, there can be no research. We wouldn't have the researchers coming through our systems. But I want to make the case for why impact, and particularly the Sustainable Development Goals, right now are critical both for universities and why universities are critical for the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, again, as the UI Green Metrics team said, you know, the SDGs are a vital part of how we hope we can save the world. They were put together in 2015 as a follow-up for the Millennial Development Goals. As Dr. Bippin emphasized, there are 17 goals that cover a broad range of aspects of sustainability. And one of the things that we really like about the goals at Times Higher Education is that breadth. They aren't just focused on what you might view as the traditional green aspects. They also address the critical issues of inequality in society. They recognize that you can't have a situation where people like myself in the global north can sit back on the basis of exploitation of the world for centuries and then say to developing nations, I'm sorry, you can't develop, you can't grow because we've used your resources. That just would not be appropriate. And the goals recognize this and recognize the need for sustainable development, sustainable growth, alongside reduced inequalities and alongside addressing critical environmental issues. Now, I think universities have a critical role to play in this. And it's not just because of the great research universities do, it's also because of two other factors. The first one is simply the scale of higher education in the global economy. Higher education is about 1.7% of gross world product. I can't imagine us turning around to any other industry that was the same size and saying, you know, what you do isn't important towards sustainability. So clearly there is an important role to play there. But also uniquely from the perspective of global industries, higher education is everywhere. Wherever we have communities of people, we have higher education. It's truly located in all communities around the world. And that's a crucial differentiator between higher education and any other industry. And because of this, we believe that higher education has a unique role to play in terms of delivering the Sustainable Development Goals. But of course, there's a challenge in doing this. The Sustainable Development Goals were not designed for universities explicitly or higher education more generally. They are goals for all of society. And so in order to try and understand how we could assess higher education's impact, we designed a very simple theory of change. And a theory of change is just a mechanism that helps you to understand how any organization can go from inputs to outputs and eventually to outcomes. And all too often when we create rankings or measurement systems, we focus on inputs and outputs. Inputs, what goes in, so how much money does a university have? Outputs, what do they do with that? Well, they teach a certain number of people, for example. But in the long run, we also need to understand how we can focus on outcomes and particularly differential outcomes. How much more does the work that a university has done, how much more impact does that have than if they had done nothing? So our theory of change has 4 elements. And we apply these 4 elements to each of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The first element is around research. There's no doubt that the research that your university does can have a key driver in terms of delivering impact. If you are researching clean battery technology, or if you're working on reducing pollution, research on reducing pollution in water, then clearly research will have a huge impact. The second aspect is around stewardship. And this is the traditional green view of saying, well, how can I do better with the resources I have? And here we think not just of the physical campus, the physical resources that a university has, but we also think of the human resources. Is your university a good employer? Does it treat its students well? Does it treat the companies and the people that it buys its resources from well? All of those aspects in this area we call stewardship help to support a university's sustainability. The third element is something that we all know that universities do and have done for years, but which is unfortunately all too often not recognized. And that is the outreach work that universities do directly in their communities, whether that is a local community, whether it's a national community, or even internationally. So that outreach element is the third aspect. And our fourth aspect is, of course, teaching. And that can be both specific teaching for the skills needed in particular areas of the Sustainable Development Goals, but it can also be ensuring that all of our alumni, whatever role they're going to go on to in later life, take with them the key messages of how to be sustainable citizens in the future. And so for each of the Sustainable Development Goals, we've tried to build metrics that relate to these different elements. For example, for SDG 2, we look at the research that your university is doing around hunger. In terms of stewardship, we look at what actions you're taking to ensure that no student has to reduce their study or leave because of their own hunger or their family's hunger. In terms of outreach, we look at your the work you're doing in your community. And in terms of teaching, here we're looking for specific skills around sustainability in agriculture and aquaculture. Now, of course, there are 17 SDGs, and we've built out essentially a ranking for each of the 17 SDGs. And we've gone through and built our own metrics that we hope relate back to those unique targets the United Nations has set. Sometimes those links are very direct, and sometimes those links are slightly less direct. But it's important that when we're asking universities to provide us with evidence, we're doing so based on a link between what we're asking for and the targets that the United Nations themselves are setting. Now, of course, there was a real concern when we were creating this ranking. We needed to do this in a way that would be equitable across the world. Frankly, if we'd produced a ranking where the top 10 were the same usual suspects I talked about before, I don't think we would have been doing our job. And part of this has been to try and do this in a way that makes it as straightforward as possible for universities around the world to participate. And in order to do this, we took an early decision to say that to be in the overall ranking, we would ask universities to provide data for SDG 17. Now, SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals, why that SDG? The answer is because it speaks of the critical networking that, again, the UI Green Metric team mentioned, this idea that actually we need to ensure that universities work together with other universities and other parts of society. And SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals, talks explicitly about that. So we decided that that would be our linchpin SDG. But then we would allow universities to provide data on as many SDGs as they liked, but if they supply data on an additional 3 SDGs, we would include them in the overall ranking. That was designed to minimize the data required for submission so that we didn't just have universities from the global north participating, that actually universities that didn't have strong data infrastructures could also demonstrate the work they were doing. It's also, and we'll see this later if I don't run out of time, it also has enabled universities to demonstrate how they are focusing on the issues that matter most to them where they are. Universities, why would we expect a university in Malaysia or a university in Milan or a university in Manchester to have the same focus? The issues that are most important would, I expect, vary across the world. We've also tried to think very carefully about the metrics that we've chosen. We've listened a lot to input from individuals and from universities. And in some cases, we have chosen metrics that we hope speak more to global equity than always to equality between institutions. And by that, what I mean is that sometimes we will have situations where, to take a concrete example, one of the measures we look at is first-generation students. Now, first-generation students, I think, is a really good measure that looks at how your university is ensuring that you have equality of access, regardless of various forms of disadvantage, whether that's disadvantage because of gender, because of religious background, because of economic background. First-generation student is a good measure because it doesn't really care why there is disadvantage. It just looks at whether your university is addressing it. But of course, different universities in different countries have very different populations. A university in a country such as the United States, which has a massified higher education scheme, higher education system, there are fewer people who could potentially be first-generation students. So it's a measure that is driving towards how universities can address need, rather than strictly saying we want University A to be on an exactly level playing field with University B. So let's move on and talk a little bit about how we assess evidence. And I see on the call we have our good friends from Elsevier. When we are looking at research evidence, we use Elsevier's Scopus database as the starting point for that analysis. And Elsevier have worked together with the Aurora Network and other universities to produce a set of keywords which allow them to search for publications that are associated with each sustainable development goal. And once they've identified that set of publications, we can then measure how your university performs against those by a variety of different measures. It can be as simple as the number of publications. We could look at more sophisticated things, such as the number of times your research is cited in clinical guidance. But that initial work by Elsevier is vital in terms of identifying that set of publications. Now, it is interesting to note that the number of publications isn't even across all of the Sustainable Development Goals. And you can see from this chart here that SDG 3, good health and well-being, has by far the most publications associated with it. And in some ways, that's a very positive thing. SDG 3, of course, deals with health, and particularly as we think about the challenges we've faced with COVID-19, then the fact that universities are focusing on this area is good. But as you can see from the other SDGs, there are some which have far fewer publications. And this does suggest that there is more work that can be done around the world by universities in terms of researching into some of these areas. Particularly challenging here, we see SDG 1, which is, of course, no poverty. Now, some of this is, of course, because different SDGs are in different subject areas. We know that medicine tends to have much higher publication rates than social sciences. Nevertheless, it does indicate that there are some opportunities here for universities to do more research, do more work to try and address these key issues. Now, one of the other ways that this ranking is very different is that for most rankings, you ask universities to provide data points. How many students do you have? How much research income do you have? And so on. But within the impact rankings, we also ask universities to provide examples of the work that they are doing, evidence of their activities. And here we're just looking at some of the ones that we look at within SDG 3. In this case, some aspects that link to specific United Nations targets. So we can see, for example, target 3.7 is universal access to sexual and reproductive care, family planning and education. We ask, do you provide free sexual health care and advice for students? Target 3.4, reducing mortality from non-communicable diseases and promoting mental health. We ask universities, do you provide free mental health support for staff and students? Target 3A is about implementing the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. We ask a slightly simpler question, do you have a no smoking campus? So for each of these, we ask universities to provide their evidence. And here's an example of a piece of evidence from, I would say it's a randomly selected university. Obviously, it's from Amrita, our host today, addressing the mental health question. So here they're providing an example from their website that talks about the support they're providing for their students. And it's interesting to note, by the way, that 98% of universities who submit data for SDG 3 provide access to mental health for their students. 97% of them, it's fully free. For 12% of them, there is an element of additional cost that can be associated with that. Now, it's important to say that when we're asking for evidence, we don't expect that evidence to necessarily be in English. These are two different pieces of health outreach work that are taking place, one in Thailand, one in Brazil. The key thing here is, of course, if you're doing outreach work, why would you expect to do that in English, unless you're in England or in the United States of America? Obviously, you can supply evidence in whatever language is appropriate. It's our job as rankers to assess that and make sure that we're interpreting it correctly. But it does bring me on to a very important question, which is, of course, how can we assess that evidence fairly? Last year, we had over 150,000 pieces of evidence submitted. And so when we see the evidence, firstly, we ask a university, do you do something? And if the university says, yes, we do it, we will always give some credit, even if they've selected the wrong evidence to try and provide documentation for that. We don't want to, or rather, we do want to believe what universities are telling us. We believe universities are there to explore truth, so we assume you're not going to lie to us. We then examine the evidence, and we make a very simple decision. Do we think the evidence broadly answers the question? Yes or no? And if it does, we give it a full point. If we can see that the evidence is supportive of the question, but doesn't really answer it, we will give half a point. And if it's irrelevant, we won't give a point. And then finally, and again, I want to commend the work that the UI Green Metric team are doing around this. We look at this from the perspective of, is this evidence in the public domain? Now, why is that important? I think there are three reasons. The first is the least important one, and that is it gives us at Times Higher Education greater confidence that this is something the university is doing. But that's really the least important one. More importantly, it means your university is holding itself accountable to the public. You're not just saying you're doing something, you're making it public, and people can look at that and they can criticize you if they don't think you're doing the right thing. Hopefully they can also support you when you're demonstrating the good work you're doing. And then the third reason is, of course, that this means that that evidence is available for other universities to learn from. If you're doing a brilliant piece of outreach, then I want other universities to learn from that and hopefully develop it themselves, go further, learn how to apply that in their particular context, and so on. Now, obviously, as well as producing the 17 SDG rankings, we also produce an overall ranking. How do we do that? We take the score from SDG 17, and because that's compulsory, we actually make that worth 22% of the overall score. And then we take the 3 SDGs that the university scores most strongly at, whatever those SDGs are. It does mean that we aren't comparing like for like. We'll compare a university that does well in, for example, SDGs 1, 2, and 6 with another university that does strongest in SDGs 14, 15, and 16. But what it does mean is that we can see how different universities are focusing on different SDGs. It also means we're treating each SDG individually as equally important. We're not imposing our own framework on top of them. We're actually trying to let each SDG stand up for itself. But the way we've done this ensures that bibliometrics, the research component, is always the same element. And the research element here is far smaller than it is in any of the research-focused rankings. And that's really important because research is an important part. It's one of our 4 aspects of our theory of change, but it shouldn't be the dominant one. It shouldn't be the one that overrules everything else. Of course, universities are free to submit for as many SDGs as they like, and we'll see later on how many universities chose to submit to all 17 SDGs. Now, for those of you who've submitted before, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some of the changes that will be coming out in next year's ranking, where we'll be collecting data for this year. We've tried to minimize the changes, and a lot of the changes are actually about us trying to provide more guidance to universities to help them answer the questions better. And as part of that, we will be running free workshops in September, which will be focused on how to provide the best possible evidence. So what changes are we making? Firstly, we have now got a chapter in the methodology called Changes. It simply pulls out all the changes and highlights them so that in the 170-page document, you don't have to do a page-by-page comparison with last year's to try and understand if we've changed anything. We're also producing the ranking in multiple languages this year, or the methodology rather, in multiple languages. The core version is the English language version, but we will have translations into Russian, Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish. And if my budget will stretch any further, we will add additional languages. And because of the impact of COVID-19 this year, we will be making explicit which year we're expecting evidence to come from. And for many pieces of evidence, we will be quite flexible around that. For example, if your university has had to shut down because of the crisis, then we will look at allowing you to provide evidence of how you were behaving when the university was open in 2019. A few changes we have made to specific metrics. For the metrics which look at tracking waste, we are including a new measurement point. So previously we just simply said, are you measuring this or not? We're now saying, are you measuring it for the whole university or just for part of the university? And this will help us to have cleaner data around the actual, the measurement element, because we will only measure that where people are genuinely doing the measurement across the whole university. It will, however, still give additional scores for those who are starting down the process of measuring, in this case, for example, food waste tracking. In SDG 13, when we look at the commitment of your university to carbon neutrality, we did have a number of universities who came to us and asked us if we could make this a little bit more flexible. So essentially, previously, we had been looking at the greenhouse gas scopes of carbon neutrality. Scope 1 is essentially looking at purchased energy. Scope 2 is additional internally used energy. And Scope 3 is very, very broad indeed. And some universities had said, well, Scope 3 contains 15 measures, some of which are not relevant to what we do as a university. And so we've expanded the definition here to say if you are doing some of those elements, you can certainly include those. But if you are doing the full Scope 3, we will give additional credit for that. So you can now genuinely say Scope 3, even if you are only looking to target some aspects of Scope 3 in your commitment. I would, by the way, at this point like to take the opportunity to encourage any universities who have a target for carbon neutrality but haven't yet signed up. Please do consider signing up to the United Nations Race to Zero campaign. They are trying to get as many universities from around the world to sign up to that before the COP26 conference this autumn. One of the biggest changes we're making this year, though, is in SDG 17.4. Now, for those of you who know the SDGs really strongly, you will recognize that actually this should be an SDG for quality education, where the United Nations target 4.7 is around education for sustainability. But because we view this as being a core aspect of the role of universities, we moved it into SDG 17. Last year, we simply had the first part of this question. But for this year, we would like to expand that into 3 specific questions that look at different aspects of education for sustainability. Firstly, 17.4.1 looks at how your university is committed to ensuring that you are teaching sustainability to all of your undergraduate students, to make sure that everyone has some understanding of the role of sustainability in their lives. And that is something that you can do, for example, using the Sully test approach that I believe JC talked to you about yesterday, or indeed your own approach. We're not defining exactly how you should do that, simply that we believe this is an important thing to do. The second one looks at 17.4.2, looks at how you may have dedicated courses, whether those are full degrees, whether those are electives within degrees, that look at teaching aspects of sustainability and the Sustainable Development Goals. And then 17.4.3 looks at the university's wider mission. And again, we're being quite open about how a university might choose to interpret this. It could be about how you're reaching to your local community, how you're reaching out to your alumni, to residents, to displaced people. There are different ways that a university could choose to address that. But the crucial thing here is how you are educating beyond your traditional students. Now, I mentioned dates. I'm not going to go into detail here other than to say that for each question we are being clear, or being very clear about the data year that we're looking for, either from 2019, 2020, from either of those. So, for example, if we're looking at your university library opening times, but your university has been closed because of the pandemic, then you can provide evidence from 2019, and we will accept that. And from situations where you have plans or commitments, then that those are in place by the 2020 year. And this will be detailed throughout the methodology document. I am going to try and look at some data, though, because I'm a data geek. Sorry, that's just who I am. But why have universities chosen to participate? Now, I love this quote because this comes from Anne Beauval, who's the Vice President of IMT Atlantique in France. And they are a university who have already done a lot of work around the Sustainable Development Goals within France. But one of the reasons they chose to participate is that the scale of the goals themselves and the scale of the global challenge has enabled them to go much, much further and reframe what they're doing on the global stage. Again, talking to that concept of networking, of reaching out and of making the commitment to a global change, a global impact, And I think that's a really positive statement to make about both the rankings, but also the challenge that we as a higher education sector are facing. And it's a challenge that is recognized by students. So one of the advantages that we have at Times Higher Education is that many prospective students come to our website to help them make decisions about where they want to go and where they want to invest their time and their lives in higher education. And it does give us an opportunity to ask students and prospective students on their opinions. And we took the opportunity to ask our student panel what they thought about the sustainable development, I'll try that again, the sustainable development goals and sustainability. And the very positive news is that 80% of students thought it was very important for them to live their lives in a way that is consistent with being a sustainable citizen. Even more importantly, 75% of them have heard of the Sustainable Development Goals. That's really good. It's helping them make decisions about where they want to go. We then went further and we said, well, which of the Sustainable Development Goals are most important to you as a prospective student? And this is what they told us. The most important Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 4, quality education. Well, that's not surprising. We're talking about people who are thinking about their higher education choices. So it makes a lot of sense that that should be foremost in their mind. The second most popular SDG was SDG 13, climate action. Again, given the focus that younger people have on the environment, that is not at all surprising. Interestingly, we then see SDGs 2 and 1, no hunger and no poverty, as being really important as well. So there's some important lessons to learn from that. But of course, from our own side at Times Higher Education, remember when we talked about how we could make the ranking equitable and fair, we can also see the SDGs that universities themselves have chosen to submit data to. And when we do so, we see a slightly different pattern. So let's look at that. In this case, looking at all 1,240 universities who submitted data for the 2021 ranking. The second bar chart, the one that's slightly lower, is the numbers from the 2020 ranking. But here we can see some things that are quite similar to the previous chart and some things that are slightly different. SDG 4 is seen as the most important once we exclude SDG 17, of course, our compulsory SDG. So that matches up to what we would see when we looked at students. But SDG 13 is much, much lower in terms of the importance given by universities themselves. And SDG 3, which, as we've mentioned before, is good health and well-being, is much higher. Now, some of that around SDG 3 is because, of course, universities are the places where our medical students learn their skills. Universities are often associated with hospitals, so perhaps that's not as surprising, but SDGs 1 and 2 are much, much lower down. So there is an interesting imbalance here between what universities see as being important and what students see as being important. Now, I'm not saying that's right or wrong, it's just a fact, it's just interesting. And it does suggest there are some opportunities there, perhaps, for growth and for change in the years to come. What about the number of universities that are submitting, though? We will come back to those submission patterns later, but the really positive thing is to see how much the ranking has grown over the last 3 years. We started back in 2019 with 580 universities participating. We're now at 1,240 universities. I anticipate that number will grow significantly over the next year as well. And universities from across the world are committing to this new way of understanding university excellence. Looking at Asia, Asia is, of course, the largest continent, but even so, the rise in the number of universities from across Asia that are participating is very, very positive. It's also interesting thinking about the number of SDGs that universities are choosing to submit data for. So in this case, we're not looking at the SDG numbers, SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. here. We're looking at the number, the sum of SDGs that a university is choosing to provide data for. Some universities over on the left-hand side are only providing data for 1 or 2 SDGs, and that's perfectly okay. You don't end up in the overall ranking, but you do get to see your performance in those particular SDGs. It's not surprising we see a peak at 4 because, of course, that's how universities get into the overall ranking. And then we see a gradual tailing away as universities are supplying the 4 that they think they're going to do best at, with 1 or 2 extra ones which they're interested in. But then we see this peak of over 250 universities who have chosen to provide data for all 17 SDGs. And strictly as a sort of game theory question, there's a really interesting question here. What's the best strategy for your university to take in terms of doing well in the ranking? And you can see there are different approaches. One approach is to simply provide data for the SDGs you think you are strongest at. Another is to say, let's provide data for all 17, because then it may be that we're doing far better at an SDG, say SDG 7, than we expected. But we have noticed that some universities are choosing to provide data to more SDGs than they necessarily need to, not because they want to perform strongly in the ranking, but rather because they want to benchmark themselves even when they suspect their performance will not be as strong as they might like. And a great example here would be MIT. In the first year that they submitted in 2020, MIT ranked in the 101 to 200 category. And I think it's fair to say that is the lowest MIT have ever come in any ranking ever. And so it was a very brave step for them to take, to actually participate in a ranking where they weren't going to come in the top 5. Nevertheless, they chose to do that because they wanted to understand how they performed against these very different criteria compared to universities across the world. Now, I did say we'd come back and look at how universities were focusing their efforts on a regional basis. And this takes that previous distribution we looked at, and it simply says, do universities from a particular region, are they less likely or more likely than that benchmark to submit for particular SDGs? Now, I'm picking on Europe here because, hey, the UK just exited Europe, so I feel we can do that. I'm almost over that shock now, although I will always go on believing it was a bad decision for us to make. Nevertheless, when we look at European universities, we do see some interesting patterns. Firstly, we can see that there are some SDGs they are far less likely to submit data to. SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation. Europe is an area where we have typically had good sewage systems, in some cases for the last 2,000 years. London's sewage system is based on the Roman sewage system that they put in round about AD 60 onwards. So we have a situation where actually clean water and sewage is baked into our societies. It's not something we see as unusual or difficult, and therefore we're less likely to submit data to it. It's also notable that we live in a fairly wet part of the world. Similarly, although we do have issues around poverty and hunger, they are seen as far less immediate in our society than in some other parts of the world, and so they are less of a focus for our universities. Conversely, SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities, is something that we see as being very important. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Those two SDGs alone are really the focus of the European Union, so perhaps not surprising that our universities reflect that. When we look at submissions from universities in Asia, we see a very different pattern. SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, is seen as being much more of a priority for universities, as is SDG 1 and SDG 2. Interestingly, SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure, is also seen as being an important SDG for universities from the region. Now, these patterns aren't good or bad, they're just interesting in the sense that they show how SDGs can be taken by universities in different parts of the world and used to focus their efforts in very different ways. But those are just looking at how universities have chosen to submit data. Of course, the performance of universities may be very different. Here I'm looking specifically at the scores from the universities from India who submitted data in the last ranking. For those of you who are perhaps less familiar with box and whisker plots, they're a really useful way of looking at distributions. There are a couple of important things to look at when you're exploring a box and whisker plot. The first thing is the line in the middle. The line in the middle of the box represents the median values. If I lined up all universities from the lowest score to the highest score, that is the value of the university exactly in the middle. But it's also important to look at the tails of the distribution, how the strongest scoring universities are doing. And at the top, you can see there the very best universities in India are scoring comparably to the best universities in the world. Now, it's fairly straightforward to see here that there are two SDGs in which the median value for Indian universities is very good. SDG 7, which is clean and affordable energy, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. And that's a really strong story to say, your universities are performing very well across the piece. There are other SDGs. So if we look at SDG 3 and 4, for example, where the median value is slightly lower, but actually the best universities are still performing very strongly. So there are some interesting lessons to be learnt from this. And if we had another 3 or 4 hours, I'm sure I could bore you all with a much more detailed analytical exploration. But it's interesting that we do see these patterns for Indian universities, that even in SDGs where on average India isn't perhaps as strong as it might like to be, there are still great examples that you can take from university performance within your own country. 49 Indian universities submitted data last year out of 1,117. Sorry, let's get that straight. 49 universities were included in the overall ranking last year out of 1,117 universities who were in the overall ranking. 1,240 universities submitted data. And the top ranked Indian university was Amrita University in 81st place. The top ranked university in Asia was Chulalongkorn University from Thailand in equal 23rd place. And one of the things that actually encourages me strongly about this particular ranking is that I think it's not perfect, and I would never say any ranking is perfect, but we do seem to be breaking some of the stranglehold that the research intensive universities have within the World University Rankings. We can genuinely see universities able to demonstrate excellence in a way that is perhaps not the traditional research focused approach. And when we look at Asian universities in the top 100, we can see that coming through, that there are universities from multiple Asian countries getting into the top 100 for the rankings in a way that we genuinely don't see in research-focused rankings. And that's really positive. And it's also really positive that these are not from a single country. It's not just that China, for example, has cracked how to produce great world research universities. We're seeing universities from many different countries here. So that's a very positive sign about how the ranking is able to demonstrate excellence. But let's look at some of the specific SDGs. In SDG 6, this is one where we noticed in 2020 a lot of Indian universities were providing data for. It was one that that is clearly one that is important to universities across Asia, but also within India. And the top ranked Indian university is VIT University in 28th place. And we can see here the kind of things we're looking at when we explore SDG 6. So yes, we look at research. We also look at water consumption, with the goal being to minimize our footprint, because the more water we consume as universities, of course, the more water goes back into the waste systems, the more we're exploiting our natural resources. We then look at how universities are looking after the water that they use. Do they have processes in place to make sure that polluted water doesn't get back into our aquifers, back into the water sources? To what extent do universities reuse the water that they have? So if we're going to use water, if we're going to extract water, how do we make sure that we are reusing it as much as possible to minimize that impact? And of course, how are we reaching out to support positive water use in the community? How do we make sure that we are working with our broader communities, whether those are local, national, or global, to minimize, again, the impact we have on water, because water plays a key part in so many of the other SDGs. I think that's something to highlight here as well, which is that, of course, the SDGs are important individually, but they often interact with each other. How we work with water impacts our oceans, it impacts our life, SDG 14, life below water, it impacts life on land, SDG 15, it impacts health and well-being, it impacts poverty, it impacts hunger as well. We also saw SDG 7 as being one of the ones where Indian universities were performing strongly, and India has 4 universities in the top 100 for SDG 7, including at 22nd place, Lovely Professional University, VIT University also doing very strongly here. And here we're looking at research, we're looking at how the university minimizes its energy use and its energy use density, and also the work that you're doing more broadly in the community. SDG number 8, another one that's really important. Asian universities are quite strong in this, and this is a really interesting area from my perspective, not least because the top ranked university in the world is the University of Johannesburg in Africa, and that's really important to us, that universities in Africa can also perform strongly. Now, the top ranked university in India was in equal 18th place. What do we look at in SDG 8? Again, we look at research, but we importantly look at your employment practices. We want to make sure that universities, which are often the hub, economically the hub of their communities, are acting as responsible employers. Now, the third metric there, expenditure per employee, is a really interesting one. As I just said, universities are often a key economic hub in their community. I'm here based in the United Kingdom. My local university, Loughborough University, is the biggest single employer in their town. And that inward investment that is brought by universities can have a transformational effect on a community. And so when we look at expenditure per employee, we want to measure not just how much money is the university bringing in, but also we want to normalize that according to the wealth of the community it brings that investment into. And so we look at the regional gross domestic product. What this means is that, to go back to our dear friends in America, MIT, yes, MIT bring a lot of investment into Boston, but Boston is frankly a relatively wealthy city. And so the impact, the relative impact that MIT has there is lower than if we looked at the impact that a university would have if it was placed within a community in a country that has much lower gross domestic product. We then look at the percentage of students on work placement. So are you offering your students an opportunity to learn about the world of work? And then finally, we measure the proportion of your employees who are on secure long-term contracts. Now, to be fair there, we do have an exemption there for employees who are on short-term contracts to cover maternity leave, because that's an important factor of being a good employer as well. With that, I've spoken for about 45 minutes. I hope we've got some questions coming in. I haven't looked yet, because if not, I'm going to be relying on our hosts to ask some interesting questions, which is always a challenge when you're a host. But a little bit about the timings for this year's ranking and how we are moving towards making the ranking more open and participatory. So we have recruited an advisory board to support the long-term development of the ranking. And we've recruited people from across the world, from different universities, also with different roles within those universities. We have university leaders. So Professor Max Liu is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Surrey. But we've also tried to choose people who are actually doing the work of submitting the data. So Dr. Jingwen Mu from the University of Auckland is the person who will be entering the data for the University of Auckland. The same is true for Carolyn Newton from University of Cape Town, and for Sarah Spiegel from the University of Bonn. Those are people who'll be submitting data. But we've got people who are also able to bring in very specific insights into how their universities, which are very different universities in different parts of the world, are seeing the rankings, whether or not the things we're choosing to measure make sense to them. And please do reach out to our advisory board if you have ideas about how we can improve the rankings going forward. And in terms of participation in our rankings is free, of course. The 2022 methodology will be published in the autumn or late summer of 2021. It is with our translators at the moment. Data collection will start in early October and go on till the end of November. And we will be running workshops, as I mentioned earlier, designed to help universities identify how to provide the best possible evidence so that we can give the strongest scores possible. If you'd like to participate and you're not already part of this, please do contact us on impact@timeshighereducation.com for more information. With that, thank you so much for listening to me for the last 45 minutes. I appreciate I've gone over an awful lot of things and I've spoken probably far, far, far too quickly. I could have spoken for another hour, but that would have bored you all. So thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
Dear Duncan, this is Raghu. I don't have a question yet, but I just wanted to make one small request. We have the chairman of AICTE, and he's been very graciously and patiently listening and waiting. Would it be okay with you if we let chairman speak and then we come back and continue with your session? It's a kind request to you.
Of course, I'm delighted to cede my time to the chairman.
Okay, thank you so much. And Professor Sumit, kindly introduce and welcome Sahasrabudh Desa to this meeting. Thank you so much.
I think we can skip the introduction so that we save time. We should listen to Duncan more about what people have questions in mind. So I think we will skip that and I will straight away start. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Raghuraman, for arranging this wonderful seminar during the pandemic, and we are trying to learn from Times Higher Education ranking as well as from Elsevier. A lot of things which all academic institutions are keen and interested. And I thank Duncan Ross for elaborately explaining the new ranking system, especially in terms of sustainable development goals. And in very great detail, SDG 1 to 17, the way he covered was simply fabulous. And I just joined when his talk had started, so I had missed out in the beginning, but nevertheless, I caught up whatever he wanted to say in the whole process. Other dignitaries on the dais were here in the virtual dais, of course. I think it's wonderful. But one very important thing, the statistics between the feedback from the students, which sustainable development goals students assume that they are important and what educational institutions feel, or even elderly people will feel. There is a very clear, distinct difference in some of the goals. I was clearly watching that and I noted down, this young group, when they are very young, children from age of 1, 2, 3, etc., they are a little selfish. They want mother, father's love, affection, and food, and their elder brother gets something, they will all fight and all that. But as they grow a little more and they go to the school, and the school teachers, the way they are taught, whether it is in India or any country of the world, from the age group of about 6 to 25, they are at the top of their idealism phase in life. You look at any young fellow, they are very idealistic. The honesty, integrity, truthfulness. If there is anywhere corruption, they get angry. And that idealism is at the highest peak during this age, and that is utopian. And that's why, whether it comes to the SDG 1, 2, and 3, etc., like healthcare, is also important, but poverty and hunger, it troubles them actually. Why is someone hungry in our whole country or the world? It troubles them, tortures them. Same is when they see that justice is not being done. Say, I was watching, justice and the peace, world peace, they want it. Although in the young age of 1, 2, 3, they might have been fighting, But when they are in the age group of 10, 15, 18, 20, they are absolutely idealistic, utopian in their viewpoint. But as you grow a little older, age of 26, 30, get into job, you get married, and you move from our Indian system, which we call the first 25 years as brahmacharya ashrama, student days. That is the peak of idealism. And the grihasthashram, when you become householder, when you marry, you have children, you have to take care of them. So slowly again, you become selfish. And then you want to take care of yourself, your family. You'll be concentrating on that. And as you go a little more also in the vanaprastha stage, which is a little retired phase, you have a fear, what will happen to my health, whether I have got insurance. So in this age group, we still again will have that kind of an attitude, which is reflected in what institutions do. They are running in a way a business. They don't want to be in loss. And therefore, their idealism is different from that of a student. And then when you cross this barrier, in Amrita University, Mataji Amrita Amma, or people who have taken sannyas, renunciation, they have a different attitude to life. They don't want anything in life. Money means nothing to them. And that is why the goals which 1, 2, 3, 17, they're all related. And the way each one of them look at is completely different. And the statistics which was shown by Duncan, I was watching carefully. I think this reflects the individual's philosophy, the institutional philosophy at that age. And that is what is reflective of it. Coming to the other part, in terms of various parameters of SDG, I still rate SDG 4 education as the most important, whether someone rates it or not. The reason is this is the one goal which is directly connected with all other 16 goals. You look at any one of them. If you want to take care of poverty, you need to educate people, and then they should get employment, and only then they will become, poverty is alleviated or taken care of. Hunger. If you have to produce more, you should know the agricultural productivity. How can it be? It can only happen through education again. And therefore, that is again related. Healthcare. How do you take care of your health? In COVID times, we have seen how by educating people, the number of cases got reduced in certain areas and some areas not. So that means healthcare also has relation with education. Of course, gender equity, clean water, energy, economy, you name any one of them, it has a linkage with education, the SDG 4. So I should say that SDG 4 should be kept at the center, and all other 16 goals should be rotated around that. That is what we should be doing. And how SDG 4 will bring in all 16 goals into the curriculum. That is most important and significant. And that's why, whereas AICT also started initially as a Green Campus Award, then Green and Clean Campus Award, and then we graduated to Green, Clean and Smart Campus Award. So I think that smartness is one where you measure things and then we'll be able to transform, change the institution. Because once you measure, you know where we are going wrong. If you don't measure anything, you don't know. So that whether it is water recycling, whether it is amount of energy that you are using, or how much amount of energy you are getting from renewable sources like solar, wind, rather than from the grid power. So all of these are absolutely important in the education sector, and they all do it. And we are today talking about outcome-based education, the accreditation, whether it is by NBA or Washington Accord signatories, whether like ABET from US, they are all based on 12 parameters, which are again linked with SDG and the education goals that we have had. Research is fine, but many of the rankings, even in our country, we started the National Institutional Ranking Framework, and I've seen the changes that are happening in the ranking of the Times Higher Education. The others also, QS or Shanghai or any one of them for that matter. And AICT and Innovation Cell has another ranking for innovation. It is like SDG goal ranking. We have a ARIA ranking, which talks about ranking on the basis of innovation. Innovation is another very important area with education. Innovation in education, education in innovation. I think these two are very, very significant and important. And if we do that, we will be certainly be able to take care of all the 17 SDG goals, which is so important, which United Nations has been talking about, propagating that idealism. Let us all make it happen. But some of the desires which are there in terms of our vision, mission, and goals of the institution, they can be only reflected in terms of the curriculum and the way the curriculum is delivered. Now, when I say curriculum is delivered, curriculum many times may be excellent curriculum. Experts might have drawn a beautiful curriculum which is going to take care of everything that is required for life. But is it being delivered in the manner that it is envisaged? That is where teachers come into the focus. How teachers' training is important and how they understand the nuances of that, and then how that desire or the wishful thinking will be translated into reality through action. That is where significant, important things have to happen. And the role of every university is to train their teachers right at their inception. And we have 8-module teacher certification program, which we launched 2 years back. Now it is available in the form of a MOOC platform of Swayam. This is wonderful 8-module program, and teachers' entire life cycle is covered in this. Right from inception, when he comes in, not only dealing with the respective classroom, laboratory classes, examination, how they have to set the question papers, how revision of curriculum has to happen, regular intervals, innovation, how our new technologies which are emerging should be made use of in the classroom. I think this will take care of the entire life cycle of the teacher. This is very, very significant and important. And if we are able to do all of this and implement what we say as internship-based learning or project-based learning for our students, people will get hardcore experience of life when they are still students. And during this phase, as I've said, comparing the charts which Duncan showed us, that idealism can be converted into reality. And even if they age, even if they become family members, how these the philosophies of life, which are very, very important, they can take forward. The justice, the peace, whether it is taking care of the environment, how sustainability is important, how equity is important. These are the innate, what we say, qualities which will get ingrained. It will become part of the DNA of the students. And that's why another program of AICT, which we have been very proud of in the last 4 years, is we have a universal human values as a course. Universal human values. Values are universal. These are humanistic values, irrespective of the region, irrespective of the religion, irrespective of the language, irrespective of the geography, irrespective of the climate, irrespective of the food you eat, they are same. And how we make students realize is through faculty. And that's why our faculty development programs in universal human values, inculcating student induction program, and our ancient philosophy of yoga and meditation, through which how we can make them realize, and it will not be only that temporary phase of 6 to 25 years when they are in the schools and colleges and universities, but how it becomes part of their life throughout, till their, whatever I said in the last part, till renunciation. They need not do renunciation, but even while performing the grahasthashram, vanaprasthashram, these philosophies have to be embedded into their psyche, in their DNA, in their blood. If that happens, the world will be an absolutely beautiful place to live. Namaskar, dhanyavad, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sahasrabuddhe. That was very enlightening. The strides that AICT is taking under the able leadership of yours. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for coming for the event.
Dr. Vineet, Dr. Vineet, just one question while we have Chairman Sir and also Duncan. Duncan, you had spent enormous time and you have been the force behind this impact rankings. I remember our first meeting that was in Florida, I think in 2018, Young University Summit, where you first presented. Now, Chairman Sir talked about, to him, the SDG 4 is the main pillar, revolve everything around it. And you have chosen SDG 17 to be mandatory and revolve everything. If you would just like to contrast what went through your thinking process and how would we reconcile these two?
So when you look at the when you look at the SDGs, 1 through 15 are all tackling specific things. So one is no poverty, for example, 14 is life underwater, and things like that. Then you have 16 and 17, which are a little bit different. 16 and 17 are almost meta SDGs to my mind, because they talk about the relationships. In the case of 16, they talk about the structures that are necessary. So they talk about having solid structures in organizations that are needed to deliver peace, justice, etc. But 17 has this focus on how organizations need to work together. So it's about the interconnectedness of organizations to support all of the sustainable development goals. And it was that thinking that led us into saying, well, 17 really almost acts as a meta SDG across the other SDGs. And this was picked up on, I think, by, again, the UI Green Metrics team as well, this idea of networking, of interaction. We've all seen how in the last 2 years, well, both in terms of COVID-19 and also in terms of the increasing extreme weather conditions that we're having, that everyone needs to work together if we have any hope of delivering Agenda 2030. Now, having said that, of course, SDG 4 is really important. Interestingly, for a discussion about higher education, we've got to remember that SDG 4's primary focus isn't about universities, interestingly enough. SDGs 4 has a focus on early years, and it has a focus on lifelong learning. And these are two aspects of education that I think are underpinning, because if we don't work really hard at the youngest people, as the chairman said, it's the mindsets that people learn at primary education, the skills they learn there, if they can't participate in education at that stage, they never get to university, and we never have a chance to teach them in this broader way. And so I'm not disagreeing with the chairman. I think the chairman is absolutely right, but I think there are all kinds of things we need to learn from the strong interlinking between every single SDG.
Excellent. I just wanted to ask if Professor Riri would have anything to say, because she's at the helm of the UI Green Metric rankings, and that is looking at universities' sustainability in a different way. Over to you for your quick comments, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Raguraman. Good evening, Professor Anil from Ministry of Education in India. I would like to invite universities in India to be part of our network also, because we start with using not misuse ranking, but to use ranking for the purpose of the sake of the humanity, how we can approach the Agenda 2030 together. So I hope that just like any other countries, I really need your support so that more universities in India will be with us. Thank you so much.
Sure, madam. Sure. We will certainly work together.
Thank you. And thank you, Duncan, for also citing us during this. We also appreciate your effort to specifically work on SDGs. And we hope that we can collaborate together also in the future. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. I think that is one of the things that we have to be absolutely clear about. The goal of all of this isn't to produce a ranking. And the goal of UI Green Metric isn't to produce a ranking. What we are trying to do is find whatever levers we can to support universities to do more to address the goals. And it's not a competition between ourselves and UI Green Metric, and someone else mentioned the positive impact ratings, and there are others out there. I don't care. I just want universities to be the best they can be at saving the world for all of us, for our children, for our grandchildren, and that has to be the key goal here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Excellent. I think with those words, that was a beautiful, spontaneous discussion, and my sincere appreciations for Chairman Sir, Duncan, and everyone who participated in the panel. I think we'll take a short break, and then we join back again in 15 minutes. My humble pranams to all of you.
Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste.
Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, dedicates literally every day of her life to consoling suffering people all over the world. Her message and the essence of her compassion is expressed in her darshan, the motherly embrace she has given to more than 33 million people throughout her life.
We call it darshan. When Amma hugs people, we call it darshan in India. In our Amma would give darshan to 3,000 people. So you can
That's
imagine.
1 per second.
Imagine speed, yeah.
Right.
Almost 1 hour. Imagine
Except for
that.
2 seconds, except for 1
They're
second.
both hands.
But also running all the university and running all those institutions in addition. I mean, running a big organization can be done. The Prime Minister of India has to run the whole country, but he doesn't spend all day meeting people.
She has been known to give darshan for more than 22 hours without interruption. Receiving Amma's embrace, many feel inspired to offer selfless service to those in need. In this way, this simple yet powerful act has become both catalyst and symbol for a growing international network of humanitarian initiatives known collectively as Embracing the World.
The deeper one experiences both the people around her and Amma herself, the more captured one is by the commitment to helping people.
More than 25 years ago, the administrators of a local orphanage confessed to Amma that they were out of funds. They told Amma that before long, they would have no choice but to turn the children out on the street. Amma diverted the money that had been saved to build her ashram's first prayer hall and used it to assume care of the orphans. With this, Embracing the World was born. Amma immediately began caring for the children, rebuilding the orphanage and re-establishing the school. Inspired by Amma's profound concern for the children's well-being, Embracing the World completely renovated the orphanage and transformed its atmosphere. Today, there are 500 children living at the orphanage. With the nourishing food and loving care and encouragement they receive from dedicated staff, the children gain the confidence and the strength to move forward in life.
Here, there's a woman who sits and hugs 14 hours a day. Here's a woman who has not been educated, and yet she looks after maybe over 100,000 students, which includes school students, kindergarten students, and then students at higher education. Sciences like nanotechnology, microbiology, I mean, things that she's never learned, things that even we, in our most educated forms, find it difficult to learn. How does she do it?
The university's research program is entirely focused on initiatives that have concrete social impact and directly benefit people in need. Our scientists are innovating new applications for existing technology and inventing entirely new products and approaches to solving some of the world's most pressing problems, from disaster management to ensuring access to education to the management and cure of disease. Projects include the world's first ever wireless sensor network system for landslide detection, tablet-based learning programs offered in rural communities nationwide, state-of-the-art low-cost biomedical devices, virtual laboratories for students in educational settings with limited access to physical labs, and more.
Prabha is an ultraviolet disinfectant robot. Because it is remotely operated, there is no need for the person or the operator to come into direct contact with the ultraviolet radiations, which are harmful to eyes and skin. Maruti is a teleoperated wheelchair for transporting the patients from isolation wards to test labs or for X-ray without the need for the operator to touch the wheelchair or touch the patients. It works in a Bluetooth wireless interface, and the operator can operate it at a safe distance of more than 1 meter.
The Amrita Speech and Hearing Improvement School is one of the few schools in Kerala that scientifically teaches hearing-impaired children to speak. The students work hard to overcome the limitations created by their speech and hearing disabilities. The Amrita Institute for Differently Abled is dedicated to providing education for differently abled children, including those with Down syndrome, epilepsy, autism, and intellectual developmental disability. The programs provide these children with basic life skills and fundamental concepts that will help them function as independently as possible on a day-to-day basis. That while the children may not excel academically, they possess hidden talents. Properly cultivated, these talents can be nurtured into skills they will be able to use to make a living in their adult life.
We hope that we can help. It would be wonderful for our team to get together with your team to exchange ideas and experiences.
जगदंबा, जगन्माता, आपल्या देशाच्या संदर्भात आपण भारत माता म्हणतो, पण खरी भारत माता कोण आहे? त्या भारत मातेचं रूप काय आहे? मला ती भारत मातेला पाहू शकेल का? तर आपली अम्माच ती भारत माता आहे.
Amrita is now among the top 100 universities in the world and the first in India in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2021. THE Impact Rankings is the only rankings to rate universities around the world on United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This feat is a testament to our Chancellor Amma's vision and leadership.
100 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെയും കണക്കുകൾ നോക്കുന്ന അവരുടെ റിസർച്ചുകൾ, അവർ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഫണ്ടുകൾ, അവരുടെ ബുദ്ധിപരമായ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് പ്രൊമോഷൻ വലുപ്പം നീങ്ങുന്നത്. ഒറ്റ ഒരു അപേക്ഷ, ഈ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് നടത്തിയ റിസർച്ചിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തത് സമൂഹത്തിന് എത്ര കണ്ട് ഉപകരിച്ചു, അല്ലെ എത്ര കണ്ട് നമുക്ക് സഹായിക്കാൻ പറ്റി എന്നുകൂടി ഒരു ഭാവം നമ്മൾ ഉണർത്തിയെടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അതൊരു സ്വർണ്ണത്തിന് പരിമണം വന്ന പോലെ ആയിരിക്കും.
Now ranked 5th in the world for quality education. 8th in the world for gender equality. 37th in the world for good health and well-being. 52nd in the world for clean water and sanitation. Top 200 in the world for industry, innovation and infrastructure. Top 200 in the world for partnerships for the goals. We thank our students, faculty, staff, alumni, and partners who are influencing change both nationally and globally as we build for the future.
So welcome back. Now we'll move to the next session. Next session is by Ms. Laura Tucker. Laura, are you there? So we have got the founder and CEO of Vertigo Ventures, Laura Tucker. She founded Vertigo Ventures in 2009 and led the development of the company's flagship product, VV Impact Tracker, which is now used by leading international research institutions globally to identify, measure, and report the impact of their research. Laura regularly contributes to the global impact agenda through co-writing official impact papers and speaking at conferences worldwide. Over to you, Laura Tucker.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I'll now just start sharing my screen. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is wonderful to be here with you. I'm Laura Tucker, the CEO of Vertigo Ventures, and I'm based here in Singapore. Hopefully you can see my screen. Please do advise if this is not the case. Firstly, I'd like to thank Dr. Raghu Raman and Amrita University for the very kind invitation to join the conference. I'm very grateful to Chancellor Amma for having the opportunity to discuss the UN SDGs and bringing this wonderful symposium together. I'd also like to congratulate all the participants of the THE rankings, impact rankings, and for helping to prove some of the SDG successes that are happening around the universities all over the world. It really is fantastic to see and to celebrate. Why is demonstrating impact and the effectiveness and the contributions towards the UN SDGs so important? Well, as we've seen before COVID, the world wasn't on track before this. 90% of students were out of school, and more than 1.6 billion students and tens of millions are now being pushed back into extreme poverty, erasing the modest progress that has been made in recent years. Prolonged absence from school results in low retention and graduation rates and worsens learning outcomes, as we were just hearing in the previous session about SDG 4. It also has an adverse effect on the local and behavioral development of children, where global gains in reducing child labor are likely to be reduced for the first time in 20 years. So we have an opportunity to build back better and fairer as well. Our mission is to embed impact reporting for a sustainable world. Vertigo Ventures was founded and has developed its expertise over the last 10 years, leveraging its knowledge on impact reporting from the not-for-profit sector to work with universities to help them identify, capture, and report their impact in a meaningful, robust, and evidence-backed way. It is this expertise that led us to discuss the concept of creating an impact ranking with Times Higher Education over 4 years ago. And we've been delighted to hear the positive commentary we've heard over the course of the symposium from the different speakers, and look forward to continuing to see how it can support progress towards the UN SDGs and as a key lever for action and recognition for the work that's going on. In last year's ranking, which we were pleased to share the results for with Duncan back in April 2021, it was fantastic to see the universities from India participating with over 49 in the overall ranking, with Amrita obviously in the top 100. And we're obviously keen to see this participation increase from this part of the world. And yesterday, we heard from Professor Jean-Christophe Catteron that we need to keep pushing to improve the rankings. And I completely agree with this. It'd be great if we can get to a point where all policies are in place and are being reviewed so that we can include more outcomes from these initiatives over the coming years, but we're still a way off this as yet. Now, hopefully with some stability in the ranking, of we've seen it in its third year now in the results from 21, and we're entering its next year, there's a great opportunity with the steering group that THE have put in place to hopefully pick this up and continue driving that improvement within the rankings as we wish to see that achievement towards the UN SDGs. We work with organizations to help them raise awareness and understanding of what impact is within their organization through things such as e-learning. Our recent impact survey shed light on the importance of this sort of training, as only 6% of participants considered their institution's adoption of research impact to be extremely mature and integral to activities, with nearly half considering adoption to be of average maturity. And respondents often put this down to a lack of awareness of impact, but also a lack of understanding at a senior management level. So there's great opportunity to help move the needle going forward. We are just launching Impact Reviewer to organizations submitting to the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking as a new module to our existing software solution. This will hopefully be live over the next couple of months. This will help them curate their data, as we recognize actually from the existing universities that we work with that there was more needed in terms of administrative support to collect the information, as this often comes from across the university. It might be from facilities, from research departments, and this is very different to the other rankings. This peer review process enables organizations to curate, review, and assess their data before the submission. And then finally, which I'll come on to later as well, is we've recently launched a new free-to-access global collaboration platform called trackimpact.org, where we are enabling academic groups to collaborate and showcase their impact on the UN SDGs, and we'll go into this later. So after working with our clients, we've designed a data curation and online peer review process whereby universities can curate the data from across the university, departments, faculties, different areas, to review and assess this information and refine it in preparation for submitting. So for those of you who are looking to participate in the impact ranking and showcase your work in the SDGs, please feel free to reach out and for more information. So as impact reporting experts with a mission to embed impact reporting, as we believe it will progress advancement towards greater sustainability, how does collaboration fit in? In terms of the impact ranking, which you may already be familiar with as it's come up a lot during the symposium, and some of you may be familiar with working with it directly, there is a mandatory goal, as we were discussing earlier in another session, to participate in and be included in the overall ranking, and that's SDG 17. And this focuses on collaboration to help achieve the goals. SDG 17, as mentioned earlier, is the only goal that is mandatory. And the reason that we did this was that this goal is also recognized as being key to supporting the achievement of the other goals, as Duncan highlighted. We have seen a growing trend for universities to showcase their work on the SDGs through increased participation in the ranking, which grew 40% year on year this time. And this is reflecting now in the university's strategic priorities. We conducted an impact survey. Most of the respondents were from the UK and Australia, so it is heavily geared, I guess, in terms of the responses to those regions. But several participants identified a lack of strategic focus on the SDGs in these parts of the world, instead noting often opportunist research and challenges with framework submissions that are taken ad hoc. And more than half of the respondents believe that their institutions could be doing more, with a majority of other participants unsure. Only a small subsection of the UK university respondents believe that they were not able to do more, whilst respondents in Australia cited the lack of funding body leadership as an issue as well. Another challenge flagged by the participants is a lack of international coordination, caused in some cases by growing and enriching international collaborations and engagement, but it's been hindered recently by cuts to the foreign development research funding. So we know there's a long way to go with how we can combine expertise around the world through dissolving geographical boundaries and by increasing the visibility of research projects. For example, if we want to find out who around the world is working on homelessness, for example, how can we support these connections and be able to readily find, connect, and collaborate to help achieve greater impact? And we also know that this is a key factor for Gen Z. Sustainability matters, and recent research by THE shows that students are more likely to choose a university based on its commitment to sustainability than its location. Therefore, we see how it's becoming key for attracting students, and communicating success, therefore, is paramount. So perhaps this is one of the reasons why we're seeing this growing trend for incorporating the SDGs more clearly in strategic planning, which is fantastic to see, and a trend we hope to continue. As you can see here, most of the respondents felt that their universities had made some progress towards the SDGs, but most were often keen to see more happen, which is fantastic. If we look at collaboration in terms of papers being published, according to an article in Nature published in June this year from the Dimensions database, collaboration papers specifically on COVID rose to start with, but then started to decline, which may not be any surprise. However, now in parallel, you can see across all research areas that there seems to be a decline pattern, which is the most concerning and assumed to be a factor of the disruption from COVID and the challenges it has brought about. But still, I think it's something to be aware of. Going forward, however, the feedback from the responses on our impact survey did note more optimism going forward when it comes to collaboration, believing that there will be more collaboration going forward. So that's great to hear. There are, however, challenges to overcome, and the pandemic could be amplifying the forces that work against international collaboration. For example, we've seen how US-China collaboration and publications fell in 2020 after rising for 2 decades. Similarly, in Australia more recently, all foreign relations for research collaborations need to be documented and shared in a database with the government bodies. So this can be compounded with already existing inequality between different parts of the world in terms of publishing power. And there are funding challenges with investing in international research. In the UK, for example, there was a cut in the funding in the Overseas Development Agency, the ODA, where projects all came to a stop as the funding fell from 0.7 to 0.5% of gross national income, representing a £120 million shortfall. And we have seen that whether you're in South Africa or the UK, that the business case for investing in research is an increasing requirement, and increasingly so coming through the national assessment exercises that are often in place in different parts of the world. Women have also been more adversely affected from the pandemic, having to take on more domestic chores, it's been noted. So the gap is also expected to widen further, as we've seen that's been well documented. We see opportunities with evolving incentives to encourage and reward more impact on the SDGs, as often we still rely on journal impact factors. We are seeing some universities that are in different parts of the world, for example, in Australia, to now start incorporating engagement activity as part of promotions criteria, which is a really exciting move to help provide that recognition for the impact and the work that different academics are having in their communities, to national policies, etc., which is really great to see, but it seems to be taking a long time. And then finally, the practical issues that have caused physical barriers, as we're all probably far too familiar, as I'm here dialing in from Singapore, is a testament for that. Yet we know that collaborations are essential. We need the diverse teams to tackle these global problems, such as pandemics, and to help navigate social and geopolitical challenges, as was noted in a recent article. So what does the future look like? Well, the good news, and perhaps no surprises, is that technology seems to be key. The top 4 long-term changes that came out of our impact survey from mostly the Australian and UK respondents noted that they were going to utilize technology more going forward. Nearly 60% expect more collaboration in the future, with only sort of 10% across the different regions concerned about this, mostly from Australia. And again, this could be down to the different political tensions that are happening. We know we need more collaboration, and technology can do that. Okay. So from our side, when we saw COVID unfold, we set about to create this new free-to-access platform, as we saw a need to incentivize and showcase individuals who are having impact and want to be recognized for it, especially given how COVID has accelerated sustainability awareness and the need to achieve the SDGs faster. This is why we launched Track Impact. TrackImpact.org is a free-to-use global collaboration platform. It is in beta, so please do bear with us, so that you can find other academics around the world with similar interests and impact. So for example, if you are researching homelessness, for example, you can view the different current projects that are happening around the world and connect with the different academics and people leading these projects and share best practices, as we realize that collaboration is essential to solving the world's biggest challenges. This site, as I mentioned, is in beta, and we've already started seeing academics from UK and Australia starting to publish their work. The site has a lot of development that we're investing in, but you are able to register for free now and to start collaborating. Coming soon, later on in the year, it will also start to showcase the different organizations and help show that information in the projects that they are working on to help achieve the UN SDGs. To access the site, you can register for free directly on trackimpact.org to view the projects and request collaborations on different projects. If you would like to publish your own work, you can claim it a 6-month free trial by scanning the QR code that you can see on the screen, or using the link that's there as well, where it will take you to an online form where you can use the promotion code noted, and you'll be then set up by the team to get access. We're really excited about how we can further the UN SDGs by supporting and facilitating collaboration around the world. So what do we see going forward? Well, the key trends that we see based on our work with the different universities and funders around the world is this: we need to help support the what's in it for me and the incentives and that recognition piece. A key challenge that was noted from the impact survey was actually, we don't attach the SDGs to our research projects by default. This and other steps could be taken to connect researchers' thinking with the SDGs rather than reporting on it ad hoc later. So this is something that we see going forward, is how do we help to recognize all the fantastic work and activities that are going on to help enable impact to happen. So we envisage seeing impact coming more mainstream in terms of profiles and CVs, not just about reporting on projects and research projects at the end of their funding period. We're also seeing changes in terms of business as usual practices. So for example, we mentioned earlier about using new technology to support collaboration, and it's a key trend behind using increased video conferencing as we're doing now, and things like reduced travel are expected to stay. So we need different tools and systems to help us with things like collaboration, and we're hoping that Track Impact will be able to support with that. And then in terms of the ranking, we saw approximately 50% of the institutions in our survey have now aligned their strategies with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is really fantastic to see. So whilst we're starting to see them include SDGs into strategy, it needs to be measured, and that is not always clear unless we're reporting on it in some way. And this is obviously key to help with demonstrating return on investment and securing greater funding. As we have seen with the different national assessments, whether it's in the UK, Australia, or Hong Kong, where the universities have to curate a portfolio of what they call impact case studies across their research areas to demonstrate what difference they're making to society, the economy, and the environment. And these have been collected together to actually be used in the policy context to help make the business case to governments to secure more funding and investment into research, which has been fantastic. And these case studies have often been credited with being able to make that business case and creation. In submitting to SDG 17 in the Times Higher ranking, the inclusion of a sustainability report is often key, and we're seeing the coordination of these and the sophistication of the kind of information and data being incorporated to become more meaningful in terms of the impact that's being achieved, which is really fantastic to see. And something that is really key to help move the needle is understanding and being able to report exactly what difference is being made. We mentioned about policy and how impact is really a fantastic tool to help demonstrate exactly what difference is being made and make that justification for continuing to invest in the research. And this is something we see as a growing trend. So the UK started this in 2014. It actually started in Australia before that. But most recently, we've had this in Hong Kong with the RAE, and now different countries are gearing up for their next rounds. And we're seeing impact being included in more national assessments that are taking place around the world. So for example, there's what Poland next year are incorporating impact. But this clear messaging is really key to support with long-term planning. And that messaging from a policy context we've seen to be really powerful as to why impact reporting and is really key going forwards and how this is expected to stay amongst the higher education sector for that country. And it's really supported that not only the curation of impact data, but also that behavior change piece to support with gathering the information and the incentives to do so and to talk about it and to celebrate the fantastic work that's going on, because that's what we've seen. And finally, we'd like to invite you to attend the Impact Symposium that we'll be hosting in September on the 29th. It's a free to access event, and obviously would love to extend the invitation to everybody participating as an online seminar. Please feel free to register and to join us. Then from my side, it just remains to say thank you. It has been very humbling to be invited here to share our insights at this conference and to see the commitment to the ranking. It is great to see the success from all the universities participating, and we hope to see that continue over the coming years. Thank you again for the kind invitation, and we wish all the best for the remainder of the event and wish to recognize all those universities who are participating in the impact ranking and their ongoing efforts to help achieve the UN SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. And thank you for your thoughts on accelerating the UN SDGs with collaboration and impact. It was very thoughtful. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Mr. Chinmay Panigrahi. And Mr. Chinmay Panigrahi represents Elsevier. And he will be addressing us from Netherlands. He's a principal product manager of Elsevier, and he's currently building a financial insights product using artificial intelligence for research leaders, and is heading innovation on APIs to help with B2B consumption of data. Mr. Chinmay has a degree in Masters of Business Administration in the field of finance from Rotterdam School of Management. Over to you, Mr. Chinmay.
Thanks, Dr. Nair, and hello, everyone. Thanks a lot to the university for inviting us and providing us with this forum to speak. I'm delighted to share with you some insights on SDGs and rankings from a SciVal perspective. But maybe before I do that, let me share my screen. So I'll try a couple of things today. We'll go through a presentation deck, but I'll also switch over to SciVal for a quick live demo of a few concepts that I'm trying to demonstrate. If there are any questions, please feel free to leave them in the Q&A box, and I'll try and get to them if time permits, or even later through the chat, if that's possible. So once again, I express my gratitude to the symposium organizers, Amrita, Vishwavidyapeetham, for inviting me and the audience for staying on this late in the evening. I know it's late in India. I've really enjoyed the informative sessions so far and the conversations, and I hope I can add value to it. So let's get started without further ado. Let's quickly introduce SciVal. SciVal is a research intelligence tool. It captures the research performance of about 20,000 institutions, a little more than that actually, and associated researchers from about 234 nations worldwide. What a user can do by using SciVal is get a quick overview of the research performance of researchers of their own institutions, but also other institutions, their own and others, and countries, to get a sense of where research is headed. They can compare and benchmark their own research performance with that of peers and of competition. They can explore the collaboration of institutions, countries, and researchers to get a sense of how collaborative the world of research is, but also get a sense into those collaborations that could change their view on research or their impact on research. They can view research trends in an area of interest. So for example, if you're interested in artificial intelligence, SciVal tells you where most of the research in artificial intelligence is happening, who is doing it, and who are collaborating to make it happen. I'm going to give you a demonstration of how that can be done for an SDG today. So that's also of keen interest. And finally, analyze and compare the funding of in areas of interest, like say artificial intelligence or a certain SDG, by using awarded grants or the funding landscapes of institutions. SciVal is used by 1,400 institutions worldwide in about 80 countries. So we'll touch upon 2 tasks today, strategic planning tasks. I'll go through them briefly in the interest of time. I'm going to show how a university can plan to excel in a United Nations SDG. So imagine the scenario where the university is quite new to an SDG and how they can try and learn more about it and try and be evidence-driven and precise in trying to make an impact in that SDG. And secondly, I'm also going to help a university analyze their own research, citations, and international outlook. So these are the inputs that go into the research component of the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. Mind you, I'm not going to talk about the impact rankings. I'm going to talk about the World University Rankings, so the overall. And all of this using SciVal. So let's start with the first one, United Nations SDGs on SciVal. So currently, SciVal has 16 of the 17 SDGs. We don't have the last one to help analyze your own performance, but also get a sense of these SDGs using predefined research areas on SciVal. These queries were created by a data science team along with subject matter experts who helped identify keywords or key phrases that could define these SDGs. Now, one thing to bear in mind is it's a work of experts, it's a work of science in so many ways. It's not final. If there are there might be different versions of how an SDG is defined. This is just one of those, and we are always looking for inputs to improve it further. So if you have good ideas on how we could add key phrases that we might have missed out, please reach out to us and help us improve it further. Now, this data is actually used by Times Higher Education also in the impact rankings, as Duncan spoke about before. We are very transparent about our methodologies. The queries and the documentation is all freely available on Mendeley. I'm posting the links in chat after my presentation, so you can also go and look at them themselves, as you can see on this particular slide. So let's get into the case study, which I think is the most interesting part of it. So I'm going to try and pretend to be a university which wants to excel in an SDG. So the 3 steps I take is first, understand the research performance in the SDG. Secondly, identify key institutions and experts in that particular SDG and get a sense of what their focus is on that SDG. And finally, identify topics of interest in the SDG by analyzing global funding to see which areas of that SDG get the most amount of money. So let's get started. So now I've actually taken the example of SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. I'm showing this on a different screen, so I'm going to look at the other screen, so please don't mind that. So I start with looking at the summary of the SDG, the overall rate of publications, and I'm looking at the data from 2016 till date. To remind you, 2021 is still a year in progress, so it's not complete and hence shown in dotted lines. So we see actually there's been a steady increase in the number of publications in this particular SDG. The field-weighted citation impact, which is a quality metric of publication, the world average being 1. So anything higher than 1 is better than the world average. You see, it's a highly collaborative field with 84,000 international collaborations and a lot of views of papers published in this area and a lot of citations gathered by papers in this area. I'll refresh my screen to show you the most up-to-date stuff. Yeah. Then I look at the key phrases or the specific concepts being addressed in this particular SDG. As you see, the bigger the size of the key phrase, the more often it occurs. It's a lot around smart city planning, around preparing the city to natural disasters like earthquakes, which affect a lot of big cities, the effects of urbanization, the entire aspects of building a city, disaster management, air quality, urban planning, Internet of Things, how to use modern technology to connect different smart objects to get the most out of them, transportation, how land cover and the compromises that come along with it and stuff like that. So all of these pertinent concepts in this particular SDG around sustainable cities. Now, as an institution, I want to understand who else is doing research in this area so that I could try and get a sense of an understanding of what they're doing research in, but also try and collaborate with them. So let's look at the institutions who are big in this particular SDG. I'm looking at all the institutions worldwide, and to remind everyone, it's it's looking at 2016 to 2021. And I see a lot of Chinese institutions on the top. Chinese Academy of Sciences, it's a group of institutions, a consortium in ways. So I'm going to ignore that, and also the Ministry of Education. But one of the Chinese universities with a lot of publications in this field is the Zhongzhi University. So let's look at what they are investing in terms of SDGs. But before that, we look at their overall research summary. So they have around 4,000 research publications in this field, a field-weighted citation impact slightly higher than the world average, which is good. That's what most institutions strive for, and a lot of international collaborations in this field. Now, once the key phrases load, I'm on a slow collection, so it's taking a while, apologies for that. You would see the specific focus of Zhongzhi University in SDG 11, that is sustainable cities. So like the key phrase map we saw earlier, it's going to show you all of those areas that they are actually investing a lot in or doing a lot of research in. It's the risk with live demo, something always goes wrong. Let me try again. While it is loading, what I have done in this particular example is I'm pretending to be Amrita University, and I'm in this case, I'm trying to try and understand all of those other players in this area and how the investment looks like in this area, but also try and understand where our mutual areas of expertise or interest lie by identifying those particular concepts that both of, well, this particular institution and us have done research in. So as you can see, in the case of Zhongzhi University in sustainable cities and communities, they've done a lot of research around, of course, cities in China, but on earthquakes, urban planning, I would imagine, again, earthquakes, seismic, a lot of earthquakes, traffic, city, vehicle, roads, so a lot around city planning and traffic planning. When I look at that for my own institution, it's going to load in a while, but effectively it will show you three things. It'll show us where do the mutual areas of expertise lie in terms of areas in which both of us have done research in. So those are potential collaboration points. The second thing it's going to load, it's really slow today. Second thing it's going to load in a while is it's going to show the exclusive areas of research that only Zhongzhi has invested in, and then exclusive areas of research that Amrita has invested in. So in a way, you get a sense of what you could potentially learn from that other institution, but also what's very specific to you that you are an expert in. I'm going to move on in the interest of time because it's taking a long time to load, but effectively what you would have seen is key phrases like these, where both Zhongzhi and Amrita have done research in, and also the exclusive areas. I'll show another example of it in a bit, so no big deal there, missing out on this. Let's also look at what else we learn about SDGs. We look at the countries or the regions in the world that have done a lot of research in this field. So we see, because of China's whole focus on smart cities, there's been a lot of research done in this particular SDG by China, but also by the United States, United Kingdom, and India is number 5 in that list. We also identify the experts. So the way most universities worldwide look at it is, if we are looking at people from other countries, we tend to look at people who've actually emigrated from our country to another country, because that's a really easy connection to establish and a good collaboration to have there. And no surprises there. Actually, one of our brilliant researchers, of Indian heritage, has moved to Australia and is doing research in smart cities there. So this could be a potential connection where you could, in terms of trying to build an expertise in an area, try and find the experts from other universities and work with them. Finally, in terms of building a publication strategy, we want to look at all the journals that carry a lot of publications for this particular SDG. So these are sorted by the number of publications, but we can also sort them by field-weighted citation impact and impact metric, to remind everyone, anything higher than 1 is greater than the world average, which means it's good. So you get a sense of which journals carry the most amount of publications, but also have been the most impactful. And finally, the key concepts in this particular area that has got the most amount of publications. So we saw smart city. Let's do a combination of smart city, traffic, road, vehicles. So smart city planning and the traffic planning or the roads planning for a smart city. And then very quickly, we get all the institutions which have done a lot of research and all of these concepts combined, and all the countries and the authors. So very quickly, it shows you how you can actually plan to get into a field and excel in it by making the right collaborations. Now, that's all about understanding what the field is about. What about the money? So funding is a very important aspect in any research consideration. So what we've also done is we've taken funding bodies from key funding bodies from research intensive countries all over the world. So you see a lot of the United States, you also see United Kingdom, New Zealand, Japan, European Union, China, Canada, and Australia. So what we've done is we've created a funding landscape for all of these funding bodies using those for each of the SDGs, but also any field of analysis you would like. So in sustainable cities and communities, we see representative funding here, so not all of it, but we see about $2.5 billion of funding over the last 5 years. The funding bodies which are funding this field, we know who they are. We also get a sense of what kind of funding they're doing by looking at the exact grants that they have awarded. So there's specific focus in these fields. We also see the institutions worldwide that they have funded in this particular SDG. But more importantly, we see the specific areas of the SDG that have received the most amount of funding. And for an institution, the next logical step to do would be to see which of these topics do we have an expertise on or strength in, or is it a potential topic that we want to build expertise on, and try and find more about these topics by looking at people who are active in these topics or institutions who are active in these topics, like I showed before. So you see smart cities has a lot of funding, has had over $500 million of funding in the last 5 years. And then the energy policy around smart cities or urban planning, that's also something that has a lot of attention. And of course, car sharing, a new concept, quite hot in Europe right now, but also catching on all across the world. Finally, if you wanted to get a sense of, or you were confused about which department should get into this area, we also have a wheel of science, which kind of shows how topics are placed from an interdisciplinarity perspective. So here you see what topic is closest to the mathematics department, which topic is closest to the engineering department. So you also get a sense of which department can own it or focus a lot on it, but also which other departments can they potentially collaborate on it, because effectively the closest the bubble is to a certain department, it is that core to that department's expertise, but also every field of research is quite multidisciplinary and many departments have a sense of it. Something like energy transition and the policy around it, it's quite multidisciplinary because it involves every aspect of design, technology, and policy making. So that also gives you a sense of what areas of research could be interesting. That was about SDGs. You can learn more about our SDGs. Well, a quick timeline of how our SDGs have transitioned. It wasn't developed in one go. It's been an iterative process. We've collaborated with the Aurora Partnership, Auckland University, and South Denmark University, as also Duncan mentioned before in his presentation, and it's been an iterative process. There's a free layer of SDGs on Scival, which everybody has access to it, even if you do not subscribe to the product, scival.com/SDGs. More on the methodology, I'll skip through that in the interest of time, but a lot of free resources are out there. I'll provide the links to that. So we invite you to play with them, analyze your own institution's performance. And when you finally subscribe to Scival, do this in more detail. So let's get to the next topic, and I have very little time, so I'll go through it rather quickly. We're going to talk about the World University Rankings, so not the impact rankings, but the World University Rankings from THE. Why they're important? They're important for all kinds of stakeholders when it comes to education, students and parents, the university management, policymakers, corporations, funders, and the government for various reasons. what I've shown here is the ranking for Indian institutions in the THE World University Rankings, but also more importantly, what are the different elements that go into this ranking? So you see there are various elements, and it's very difficult to track all of this, and I appreciate the amount of effort in universities put in to gather a lot of this data along with THE. What as Saibal, or as Elsevier, what we are trying to do help you with is give you more insight into the research components of ranking. So the research input, the citation input, and the international collaboration input, which together attribute or together are responsible for 38% of the ranking score that THE considers. What are the challenges which led us to do this? It was really difficult to benchmark with peers at the THE subject level. Forward-looking data was not available. It was always previous data. So there were always surprises as to why we performed in a certain way in the rankings. And finally, management level reports around university rankings were based on approximations, not on exact data. So we wanted to help institutions with that. So what we've done is we've provided more support to understand the research component of the rankings, the World University Rankings, by providing more insight into the citation score and the underlying components, the global field-weighted citation impact and the country normalized field-weighted citation impact, which is used. And it's not just the absolute scores, you can also see the 5-year trends of these to see how your institution has performed over time. So if in your strategic plan, you have identified one area that you want to develop further in, say one THE subject classification, you can also see how you've performed over time on that particular area. You see that in terms of the scholarly output, but also in terms of the international collaboration. And for each of these, you actually see what is the exact data that THE considers for your ranking for this particular metric. And finally, there's always this urge to benchmark with peer and aspirant institutions. So institutions that are like us, but institutions that we want to become like. And you can always do that by looking at these comparisons with other institutions of these scores, but also for any particular THE subject area, you could do that. So you can kind of benchmark yourself with a different university, which is doing better in that THE area, and try and look at their publications, their collaborations, their international partnerships, but also their funding to understand how they're performing better in that particular area. So you can always learn something from them and be inspired by them. Finally, this particular position on Saibal was developed with a lot of customer feedback with universities all across the world, as you can see, and it is complementary to the THE data points offering from THE, so that you can actually see the entire input of metrics or all the metrics that go into ranking on the THE data points proposition, but the research, more details into the research component on it on Saibal. That's all I had for you. If you have any questions, please leave them in the Q&A box. And I thank you all again for your time and your attention and for inviting Elsevier to this particular symposium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chinmay, and thank you for giving us the insights on how Elsevier is helping us in the rankings. And if anybody has any questions, you may just put it in the chat box because it is visible to the panelists also, and they will be very happy to respond to that. So we have a next speaker now. We have Mr. Waldemar, and Mr. Waldemar is the Vice President of IREG Observatory, Poland, and is the Vice President and on the academic rankings and excellence. He has considerable experience as author of professional rankings, and he has prepared over 50 rankings of universities, business schools, and secondary schools in Poland. And he has extensive and rich media background as writer, journalist, and manager.
Professor Raguraman, thank you for inviting me to speak at this important symposium on behalf of IREG Observatory on Academic Ranking and Excellence. Before speaking about academic rankings and sustainable development, let me tell you briefly what IREG Observatory is and what it does. IREC Observatory is an international organization that has two kinds of members. Most of IREC members are universities from Asia, Europe, and America, but among our members, there are also ranking organizations that publish Shanghai rankings, QS rankings, US News, Moscow Three University Mission, or European multi-rank. Such composition of membership makes IREC a forum where both rankers and those being ranked can meet and discuss ranking methodology. At IREC conferences, universities have opportunity to talk directly to top representatives of ranking organization. On the slide, we see one of the last on-site conferences organized together with University of Bologna, Italy. IREC Observatory purpose is the improvement of the quality of academic rankings and the quality of higher education. IREC promotes high standards and good practices in the field of university ranking. Our next conference will be organized in Jeddah together with King Abdulaziz University next November. IREC realized the importance of sustainability already some years ago. At first, by giving voice to Professor Riti Fitrisari and promoting the green metric ranking at the annual IREC conferences. The green metric ranking was in fact a forerunner of an approach to ranking that focused on some aspects of sustainability and university approach to environment. When Russians come with an idea of new global rankings, emphasizing social responsibility of university, they turned to IREC for help. IREC and its international experts played a very important role in shaping the methodology of the Moscow Three University Missions ranking. I think we can say that sustainability has gained maturity as an important element of university rankings with the emergence of the THE impact ranking. Our organization has been gathering information on all relevant ranking activities in the field of higher education and consequently produced a comprehensive publication called IREC Inventory of International University Rankings. Its latest updated 2021 version has just been published. It is important to stress that the inventory does not include everything that calls itself as university ranking. We took analytical approach to rankings and included only those rankings that met certain criteria. The current edition of the IREC Inventory of International University Rankings includes those rankings published in or after 2018. In general, only rankings that were published twice have been considered, and only those that had their methodology published in English. Regional rankings generated by application of a regional filter to the main ranking for the purpose of the inventory were not recognized as an independent, self-standing rankings. Excluded from the inventory are rankings which don't publish a transparent, clearly defined methodology. The inventory also does not recognize the so-called aggregate or parasite rankings generated from the results of the other rankings without the consent of their authors and in violation of intellectual property rights. For the inventory, we identified 15 global university rankings plus 3 global university sub-rankings. As we see on the screen, this group contains all rankings discussed at the IREC conferences, and this is the leading group. Another group, important group, are global rankings by subject. IREC takes special pride in this ranking because it was at IREC conference in Aalborg, Denmark in 2015, where the idea of rankings by subject received prominence and has been adopted by all major ranking organizations. Global rankings are fine, but it has become clear that for students and other stakeholders, it is equally important to know about quality of institution in a given geographic region. Hence, we have a group of regional university rankings. As you can see, at IREC, we take a critical approach to ranking. We encourage rankers to look beyond research and teaching in search of other dimensions of university that reflect its contribution to the society and environment. The business school rankings, this is the special group of rankings, very important for the students in business schools. Dear colleagues, I encourage all of you to get well acquainted with the THE Impact Ranking. It is a very well constructed ranking realized on a big scale. This is new chapter in IREC Inventory of International University Rankings. It reflects the opinion of IREC members and IREC leadership that impact rankings will play a very important role in the future because these rankings change our understanding of what ranking is. We not only in the impact rankings, we not only estimate, compare the existing universities, but we check what is their impact to the specific area suggested by United Nations. Last but not least, let me now invite all of you to our next conference, the IREC Annual Conference 2021, organized together with King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Waldman. Thank you, Professor Waldman. And next we have with us Professor Madhu Chitkara. Professor Madhu.
Yes, I'm just going to join. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
just a minute.
Yeah, sure, we'll wait.
Yeah.
So Professor Madhu is a Pro-Vice Chancellor of Chitkara University, Punjab, and she started her journey as a teacher of mathematics, and she is now currently holding the position of Pro-Chancellor at Chitkara University. She has a vast experience of 42 years in this domain, and she's one among the very few women Vice Chancellors that we have. And she is the soul of Chitkara campus with more than 15,000 students and 1,000 faculty members. She's a co-founder of the university. And Professor Madhu Chitkara was adjudged as a winner of Women Entrepreneur Award in South Asia. So over to you, Professor Madhu.
Start.
Request some more time, ma'am?
Yeah. Just a minute. Just I am setting my PPT. Yes.
Yeah.
Done. So first of all, I am very thankful to, I think it's a great opportunity given to Chitkara University for talking about the impact factor rankings and how we did that. So I think that is a great opportunity given to us. Thank you, Sumit. And I was going through all the sessions, and the sessions were so good, and it was such a eye-opener for all of us that how we worked and how we have to do that. So I'm going to start with it, how Chitkara University has worked about it. If you talk about the social responsibility, it was always given importance, and the world expected the business ventures to contribute to the cause. So it was not previously when they were talking about, it never came as that it is, you have to, the education institutes have to talk about this thing that social responsibility is their responsibility and CSR is become a part of it. But the concept of corporate social responsibility originated, and then business ventures were considered to contribute responsibility to the society. And then there was a ISO 26000. They provided the guidelines for the activities that could be initiated towards the social responsibilities. And educational institutions were also slowly looped into organizations that shall contribute towards the social responsibility, and hence originated the concept of university social responsibilities. In our case, when we talk about the CSR, CSR is normally we say that it is a corporate social responsibility. In our case, it becomes a Chitkara social responsibility. And the adoption of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We are just talking about the SDGs 17 goals, which UN gave us, and which came into effect in 2016. So then that has become, and that access how they engage with these goals and how they should address the societal changes head on. So one of the three significant roles of HEs is forming the responsible citizens. And you can say that if you see about the role of, see my slide, role of higher education institutions, what are the responsibility? It comes into the education, then they should be industry ready, and then they should be responsible citizens. So these were the goals, and these are the responsibility of all the higher educational institutes. So if you talk about a student of HE, there is so much to learn from the society and industry. Without this, if you say that without this, talented students who has performed extremely well in campus, leaders of tomorrow. So you see my chart. If they have experience of working with the society, and they are just connected to the students who has pre-performed extremely well in campus, then they are part of NSS, then they can contribute to the society through the other activities. So it was all the teamwork, the problem solving, the industry, in the understanding idea of the global, and it will not be able to perform if these are not there. So here comes the SDG 17, where we are talking about that we have to partner with other bodies, where we have to collaborate, and it is a must for every higher education institute to collaborate for achieving these sustainable development goals. So if you see the university, universal plus citizen, we always say that unison. So all the education which is happening, it is not always in the classrooms or not in four walls. So, and the other being will that we can collaborate with a student of an higher education institute. There is so much to learn from the society and the industry. A concern or need of today is what becomes a business proposal tomorrow. Students need to be aware what are the concerns of the society and how can they and the industry solve the concerns. So only when educational institutions partnership with the society and industry, Can they make the students aware of their responsibilities, not only in campus, but also as that they have to work on the different parameters. Now, the first is, I was just talking about that everything is not happening in the classroom or in the four walls. So we have not to leave anyone behind. And when we are not leaving anyone behind, then comes that how we are doing it. Now, I will give one example of that how Chitkara is doing. Just in a very short time, 1 or 2 minutes, I will just tell you that how we started working in. So if you see our campus, so greenery in campus is 31% of the land dedicated to the greenery. And then if you see that exactly 2 acres of land is dedicated to the organic farming, and where it is, the SDG is 15 and 13. And then we have the solar geysers for hostels, and it is comes under the affordable and energy. Then it is, we have solar power plants, and where we are generating, and during lockdown, we were able to generate the energy through the solar power plants, and we were just giving to the grid, to the government grid about it. So I think these were the things happening in our campus. And if you see that LEDs, and we have shifted because campus started in 2002. So slowly we have shifting our energy savings through the LEDs, and this is happening now. So now if you see the campus where we have a STP plant, we have a rainwater harvesting, and we are talking about the sustainable goals, where we are talking about saving the energy, saving the water. And then this is a very inclusive campus where we are talking about that the energy is saved through electric cars. Then we have, we take care of the people who are especially abled, and then the ramps are made. So I think these all were done keeping in mind that how we have to work on the sustainable development goal, which is a mandate given to us by United Nations. So now I will be talking about that how Chitkara University, how we use the collaboration to contribute to the SDGs. So the SDGs 17, how we are using very effectively to achieve these things. So it is the concerns, what our concerns are, that this is need of the society. Then the second concern is the industry, how the international participations are done. And the third is that how the sustainable society is to be developed, right? So taking care of all these, there is a circle, so all the points are taken care. The collaboration is my center point of attraction. Now, different activities, one is the National Service Scheme, and the next is adopted villages, then industry, then the startups, and then the international collaboration. So I will talk about slowly on this thing. The first is the National Service Scheme, where in our campus, we have 900 volunteers, those who got the opportunity through NSS activities to talk about the different societal responsibilities. They go to the villages and they talk about, and they contribute to various SDGs. So now what is the basic question? Question is that can we have the other students, those who are involved in various activities under the different SDGs? So for that, what we have done, you come to the second point, it is adopted villages. So where we learn to accept villages as their own, they understand the concern and contributes to a solution. So when we go to all the students, other than the NS students, every student from every school, they are going to the adopted villages. They are talking to the citizen there that what are their problems, how they can solve the problems. And I will be coming to the next point when I will be talking about startups, that how this adopted villages are helping my students to work on the profiles where there is a need of the society. Societal problems are to be taken care. So I think next comes the industry. Now, industry academia interface in the case of Chitkara University, it is very strong alliance. And we are, whenever at the time of academic council meetings, we are calling the industry, where they can talk about the curriculum, they can talk about the content, that how we are making the curriculum, what are the needs of the industry, how the industry can be helped by the academia. I will give you one example, that whenever we were doing any research, or whenever something was developed by any of the universities, there the proper research findings were not used by industry. So how it is to be done? That was our point, that how we can do that, that the industry should start working on the collaborative effects of the academia. So now there comes the startups. So I, as a student, they have many ideas. And for that, we have developed a department which is CURIN, Chitkara University Research and Innovation Network. And this department takes care of, they handhold the students from day one. Students are coming and they handhold them. They involve them into the research. And then from their research, we have a department of seed. So they start working on the projects along with their academics. And if their students are good in research, because I always believe, and we at Chitkara University, every academician believe in that if a person is a good researcher, he will be a good academician also. So from here, our journeys of startups started. We started very early. We are very early, I think we can say we started very early for the startup culture. In 2006, we started giving the seed money to the students to work on the problems faced by the society so that they can give any solution to the society. So I think that is a very good beginning where that collaboration will work and the partnership will come into help. And then comes the international. Now, I always believe, and I think now it is a vision of our Honorable Prime Minister also, that we have to go global. We don't have to only talk about the local problems, but we have to talk about the global problems also. So now the word global has come into picture, which is where we have a big platform. And I think we have a very big space to work on the cross-cultural competency, the knowledge can be transferred. And because we are living now, we can't talk about only the national integration. We have to talk about the international understanding. So if there is a problem anywhere in the world, we are also to be part of that. So I think this is a collaboration where we are working very closely. And now I think we have, I will try to explain now that how we started working on this contribution. So this is a collaboration of National Service Scheme. Volunteers interact with the society, appreciate the concern and become the part of the solution, improves their analytical and leadership skill, and contribute in making a better world. Because we know that if you see the NSS logo, it is not me but you. So those 900 volunteers, they are becoming a very responsible citizens. So now it becomes that we will be talking about, and we are working very closely for the SDG 4 and SDG 15, because life on land and quality education is, I think, basic agenda for an educational institution to work on, right? So for that, we went to the adopted villages. We did some activities there. You know that Swachhta Abhiyan is now a buzzword nowadays, and everybody is working on it. And we got the Swachhta award from day one. So first year also we got an award. Chitkara University was adjudged the third in the whole country about the Swachhta Abhiyan movement. And then students that take the responsibility there, they appreciate that how they have to work according to a responsible citizen. So in adopted villages, they have started working the plantation drives. And then there, all the people, there is a problem with the schools. They don't have internet facilities. They don't have technology with them. They have schools there, but those students are not getting the facilities as the for the better education. So what we started doing is that the basic requirements for giving the education, we started giving them. I can't say that we started donating, but it was our responsibility because they were partner to us. So we started sharing our assets with the students of the villages. Then we started giving them the furniture. Then there was awareness camps that how they are to be aware about different SDGs. So I will give you one example that we have Chitkara Radio 107.8. So we worked with the villages and we said that during the pandemic also, whatever their problems were, and we were working 24/7 with that Chitkara radio. And then we started giving them the knowledge that how to go for that, how the corona is going, how you can save yourself. So different activities were done in the adopted villages. And that was the quality education, that how we have to give. And so we have a good infrastructure. If you see the first photo of the students playing, so these are our indoor stadium facilities. Then the second picture is that we have different halls where they can perform. Then we have sports, outdoor sports activities. So in the evenings, our campus is free, so the facilities are there. So we started calling those students from the villages and they can use our, so these facilities were shared between us, and so that we can give the quality education to those adopted villages also. So this was, these are the 5 villages. This is the map where, now I will talk about that how the partnership for the goals, the SDG 17, that helped us. So to achieve the other goals that you talk about, the SDG 3, SDG 5, then 6, then 8, and then 11. So all these we were able to do something or the other in these goals, or in these SDGs also. So first I will talk about SDG 3, that is good health and well-being. So here we did the health camps, checkup camps for the children, for the expected mothers, then polio vaccinations for children were done, then knowledge regarding the hand washing. So for that, we made a very beautiful video where the students, through a dance act, they showed that how to clean your hand, how to wash your hand. So I think these activities were a great help to them. And these are some of the activities. I will show you some of the photographs. There are students from nursing department did something. This is a one-act play, or you can say the dance item, where they did perform that how to wash their hand. Then this is that there were the checkup camps, and nursing students did some of the activities were there where they checked them, they sensitized them that how to do that. So I think these were all done. This is an example where I always mention this, that from day one, we have a Silai center there. It is a stitching center. It is all managed by Chitkara University team, and the instructors are also from us. These are the girls from the adopted villages, and they are provided with the free stitching classes. Curriculum and the teachers are all from the university, and we are not charging anything from the girl student. And in return, what we are doing, whatever is the response, for example, I say that in labs or in workshops, we give the lab coats. Then during pandemic, we were making the face mask. So all these were done with the help of them, and they were paid for it. So during the learning, they were earning also. So it is if you see this SDG 8 and 5. So here we were working for the decent work and economic growth. And I think they are appreciating this effort. So which is a great effort of the university, and all the people are involved in it. Then we came to if you talk about the SDG 6, it was clean water and sanitation. So here the sensitization workshops were done. Then there were no toilets. It is sometimes it is very depressing also that in some of the places you don't have the toilets, which is a basic necessity. So immediately we did that we constructed toilets in the adopted villages so that they are comfortable and they should have a clean water and sanitation. So then for that, some of the labs, they come to the rescue. We have a Center for Water Sciences. We have the different labs where what they did was that all the water samples were checked by them, and that was used. And we were just checking. It was a daily routine that what is the level of cleanliness of their things. So these labs come to the rescue, and current department helped us a lot. So I think this was about this thing. Then comes the upgrading the quality of life in rural areas. It was about the Sustainable Development Goal 11, where we are talking about the cities and the communities. So architecture students came to our rescue. They went to the, because we have a very good architectural school. So the students and the professors went there and they do the whole survey of the villages. And from there, they come to know that what are the basic problems and where we have to come to their rescue. So I think this was also a great thing done for upgrading the quality of life in the rural area. This is a very beautiful and excellent example where this is called the Apni Mandi. You know that our university is in Punjab. It is a land of agriculture and it is Punjab. So I think so many of land is dedicated to the agriculture and the food is there. So they have the entrepreneurs, they are developing the products. Now, for example, in Punjab, there is Fulkari, Punjabi Jutti. Then you have achars, chutneys. So different things are there. They were doing it, but there were mediators where they were getting the profit from them. So what we did was that whatever they developed through Apni Mandi, we gave the space to our students of BBA and MBA. They displayed those products, they showcased that product to the general public, and those products were sold by our students, and the profit was given to the villagers. So no mediator was there, and in that way, that was a great help to the students. And in that, we worked on the SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth. I have already talked about Radio Chitkara 107.8, and this is radio's frequency is 15 to 20 kilometers of the radius. It is our community radio. So we are reaching out to villagers, then sensitizing them on health, water, environment issues. And we have given the slots to different schools. Now, for example, we have given some slot to pharmacy students, some slot to media students, some slot to the curing, some slot to the hospitality, then the architecture. So what they do is they talk about the different problems which the Sarpanch are telling us that these are the problems which they are facing. Please try to give us the solution. So we have a lingua department where they give them the small English words that in a daily life, what common words you can use. So these are the, I think we worked very closely with the society and working through 107.8 FM Radio Chitkara. So that was a great initiative. Now comes, which is very, very important and very near to Chitkara's heart, that how we have collaborated with industry. So I have already told you that from day one, when we are talking about the content, we are talking about the curriculum, we make the industry a partner to it. So if you name any program, it is normally, it is with the industry collaboration. And we have at present more than 250 collaboration with the industry, where we are aligning the curriculum accordingly, and we are analyzing the requirements of the industry to give them the solutions. So these are some of the pictures of that, how we did the programs collaborative with the industry, some of the examples of doing this. So these are some of the industry where we have collaborated. All the programs, I will show you the last slide, where we collaborated with the Forties. Next, yes. So here you can see that Forties Healthcare, we work with the MBA healthcare programs, nursing programs. So clinically, they are going to the Forties Healthcare, and for academic thing, they are coming to Chitkara. So it is win-win for both. So Fortis got a crowd of good people from the academia to work for their industry. So same with the BizCraft, same with the KPMG. So we have different courses with E&Y, with Safe Express, with WNS. So these are some of the examples where we are closely working with the industry. And if you talk about the curricular aspects, so these are some of the pharmaceutical collaboration where we are working on different collaborations with the pharmacy school, the nursing school, and then these are the online MOOC courses. So we have with NPTEL, as every university is doing it. So we have also started working on it, and some of the professors have started working on MOOCs program. So they are developing their own MOOCs. So this was all about when we collaborated with the industry. Now, it is very important that how we collaborated with the startups. So we have given them the space to work. We have the seed money given to them. And so big idea came from the startup. There was a willingness to strive. Then we have to channelize. And that was the partnership for the goal. 17 SDG goal was achieved. So if you see about Chitkara University, out of 17 goals, we are working very closely with the 16 goals. Still, we are lagging behind in one of the goals where it is life underwater, because now from next year onwards, because this year we have come up with the course of marine. So next year, our agenda, our vision is to work on that goal also. So these are some of the collaboration where we are talking about the good health and well-being, quality education and gender equality, where we were working with this very closely. Then Mighty Startup Hub, where we get the funding from this, and during that funding, we worked with different solutions which we gave to the society. So I think these were the very beautiful example of working with the startups and where we are able to do this. Now comes the collaboration international, which is our forte, because we at Chitkara for the last 10 years working on international collaboration, where we are working on you name any continent, we are there. And these collaborations are not only on the paper, but we are very closely working with them. And so this is one of the examples of last year, before pandemic, just before lockdown, Dalai Lama ji, Holiness Dalai Lama came to our campus, and luckily at that time, our global week was happening. So there is a global week, and all the professors from all over the collaborated universities came to our campus. They took one of the module with all the students. Now, what was the benefit of this global week? The global week gave us all the students and all the faculty members, those who were not able to visit different countries because of the economical conditions. What we did was that global professors came to our campus. So it was, they also enjoyed their stay in India. They were very appreciative of the Indian culture. They visited Golden Temple. They visited Taj Mahal. They went to Shimla. So they were very happy to see the culture of our country. And then they were here for a whole week, and they took the module and they evaluated them. So in that way, that global collaboration gave us the fruits that we were able to achieve the research projects, which were the combined efforts of the bodies from those international collaborated universities. So then comes the capacity building projects. Here we were working in the Erasmus projects. Still we have with the 4 Erasmus projects with the European universities. 4 Indian universities collaborated and 4 European universities. We got the funding and we got the projects in CLIL, we got the projects in EduReforms. Then if you talk about the good health and well-being, we got projects in Prevent It, and then we got the products in Oculus, because it was in, we have a program in optometry, so Oculus was also, we got it. So I think this was for the capacity building projects, and during Erasmus, We got the funding also. Then we have a department of in lingua visa. It is a department where you know that in India and especially in our state, there is an impact of mother tongue. But when they are going abroad or when they are interacting with the industry, they need one language. So this department comes to their rescue, and we have different languages there. We have French, we have Spanish, we have Japanese, we have Mandarin, then we have German. So these languages are there, and we have a different departments where they have developed a department in our campus. So this is about that how we did this. You have the yes. So during COVID times also, what we did was that lecture series were done. Outbound 135 lecture series we did. Then inbound lecture series we did 7. Then we did the webinar 76. We did the panel discussions 19. And it was just the collaboration with the international universities, so that during COVID times also, we were able to do the Global Week, not as the physical, because it was all virtual done. So during that period also, we were able to achieve whatever was to be achieved when we were doing offline programs with the students. So these are some of the pictures, and just I wanted to show you that during COVID times, how we did these programs and how the partner universities came to our rescue. We have a great collaboration with Deakin University. So Deakin University, with that, we did one international collaboration. With then Taiwan University, we did one international collaboration. Then we did one Malaysian university. So these were the collaboration which we did. One example, it's a great philanthropic activity done by Taiwan Education Center. We have a collaboration with them, and what they did. So I'm very proud to say, and I'm very thankful to them that they are the trusted priority partner, and they gifted 5 oxygen concentrators for the Chitkara community. What we did during this lockdown, during this pandemic, whenever there was a requirement of concentrators to any of the faculty members or any of the people from Chitkara or the adopted villages or the nearby people who are living there. So we gave them these concentrators, and I think for that we are very, very thankful to our partner university and the partner center in India. So that was also great. Here I want to say that higher education plays a key role when you talk about the partnership for the goals. It is all about cross-sector, cross-country collaboration in the pursuit of all the goals. As higher education institutions, we must endeavor to use of the SDG taxonomy for measuring social and environmental impact. In fact, the higher education footprints can be seen in every SDG. So I was saying that in Chitkara University, we have 2 universities in Punjab, Chitkara University, Himachal Pradesh. We have 2 schools, Chitkara International School, Chandigarh, Chitkara International School, Panchkula. So we have 4 working people, those who are working very closely with all the sustainable development goal. So the future of the word is in my classroom. That is my tagline. And still we have done so much. And I have seen from morning till evening, and yesterday also we have seen all the presentations. Everybody is working so hard in achieving these goals. I think now time is not very far when we will not to achieve all this thing. So I think there is so much more than we have to do, and it is miles to go before we sleep. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for talking about the SDGs. And we were able to, during lockdown also, you see my backdrop, we were able to achieve 99th position in affordable and clean energy. We were ranked in 2001 to 300 in industry, innovation and infrastructure. We were ranked in 2001 to 300 in responsible consumption and production. We were ranked in 2001 to 300 in climate action, 301 to 400 in clean water and sanitation, 301 to 400 in partnership for the goals, 401 to 600 in reduced, you can say, inequalities, 401 to 600 good health and well-being, 401 to 600 gender equality, 401 to 600 decent work and economic growth, 401 to 600 sustainable goals, sustainable cities and communities, 601 to 800 quality education. So that was all about, and I'm very thankful to the impact rankings that they were able to appreciate our efforts. And thank you to Amrita University. I always appreciate Amrita University because we met some of the researchers from them in Switzerland, in one of the, and we were very excited. We were very motivated to know that they are doing so much in research. So from there, we got the motivation and we are doing this. So Dr. Nair, I'm very thankful to Amrita University for motivating us, for exciting us, giving the excitement that we have to do something in research. So thank you very much and stay safe, stay healthy. And I always say, stay connected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhu. Thank you very much. It was very inspiring, and with the passion with which you spoke about what Chitkara University is doing is definitely a classic case study for all. And all the good work that you are doing is actually very inspiring for all the universities. And thank you for those nice words about Amrita University. Thank you very much for coming for the event, madam, and sharing your story. Thank you very much. So now our next speaker is Professor Assis from Professor Assis. Yeah. So Professor Assis Kumar Chattopadhyay is the Pro Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at the University of Calcutta. And Professor Assis is a professor of statistics, and he has published more than 50 papers in reputed journals, and he has got 4 books to his credit. During the last 20 years, he made significant contribution in the area of astrostatistics. Dr. Chattopadhyay is a fellow of the International Astrostatistics Association and is a coordinator of IUCAA Resource Center, Calcutta. Over to you, Professor Ashish.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So at the outset, I must thank the Amrita University and in particular, Dr. Vinay Kumar and Professor Raghu Raman for inviting me to this program. I'm sorry for the connection. Internet connection is not good because there is a heavy rain in Calcutta. So I think some problem may be there due to this connectivity. And now I am directly going to the screen, share my screen. So is it visible to all of you?
It's visible, sir.
Thank you. So
can we go for a full screen option, sir?
Yes, yes. So my talk is in particular on the SDG performance of the University of Calcutta and how we have tried to achieve these SDGs through different measures. Now, before going into the details, I must say something about the University of Calcutta. You know that the Calcutta University has been started in 1857, one of the oldest university in India. And it has backed many such honors. It is difficult to list a lot. But I may mention in this that it's the only university in India where we have a number of Nobel laureates as students or faculty members, say, which ended with Vijit Binayak Banerjee, and before that Amartya Sen, and starting from Rabindranath Tagore. So they are all very connected to this university as either as a student or as a faculty, or something like that. So those heritage is there along with this university, and this university started in 1857. This is the basic campus, which is known as the Darbhanga building. It is the heritage building, and gradually it expanded over the different parts of the city. And now we have, say, 14 different campuses. I'm just mentioning about these campuses because from here, our activities and the collaboration started from the different campuses itself. You see, the first 8 campuses, starting from this Ashutosh Shikha Prangons, all these campuses are mainly for the research and teaching purposes. So most of the students, researchers, faculty members, they use those 8 campuses for their research and teaching. And after that, we have a health service center. In the not very close, around 100 kilometers from the city. The specialties in this campus, we have a project which is called the radar project. This radar project of DST, this helps us to study the atmosphere. The project is almost complete and it will be started, I think, this year or the next year. So it will help a lot to our university and all the nearby universities, even in all the universities in India also, to collect information related to the atmosphere and to make proper research in that direction. So this campus is very important in that sense. We have a separate press. We have this Baripur campus is also important because we have a garden there. So this is the agricultural garden and we have the agricultural departments there. So they do their research teaching in that part. And in sports science also, I am happy to mention that we have a separate sports science department in Calcutta University, and we have a tent in the Maidan itself, and we have separate different teams of the different games. So in sports also, Calcutta University always encourage their students, and they get many such prizes locally and globally. And we have also a rowing club. So if you see at the campuses, you can feel that this interaction and the collaboration among the campuses is the beginning of the collaboration here. We have so many faculties, so many topics, and so many different directions. So this helps us a lot to build up proper group or groups of researchers for a particular goal, for a particular SDG. This helps us a lot. Now, this is another 2 campuses. This is the economics campus, which is situated nearby. And this is another heritage building. Here we have the commerce and other arts departments. Now, this is the one direction, this geographic and the structural. The other direction, the diversity, that is in the subjects. That I may mention that we have 7 different faculties, you see. So in the arts faculty, we have 22 different subjects under the arts faculty. Then we have commerce and social welfare. Then we have education, journalism, engineering and technology, fine arts, music, home science, law, and science and agriculture. So this science and agriculture is the largest faculty here. We have, say, 30 different departments which work together, and which includes departments like marine science, atmospheric science, and molecular biology, biotechnology, many more. So gradually, we have increased the modern subjects through different departments. Even human rights is a department here. So altogether, we have 68 different departments and in different directions. And we have made some proper clusters also, so that the clusters can work together, say in biological science, in chemical science, in physical science, etc., so that we can work together to achieve our SDGs. So this is something about the background of our university. Now, you see, among the students also, you have students from the different parts of the country. Most of the students are, of course, from the eastern part, but some students are also coming from the other parts of the country. Even we have some international students also, particularly from Bangladesh and Nepal and some African countries. So there is good chance of interaction among the students with the different culture, with the different, say, academic and say economic level. So this gives the students a good chance to know about each other, about the culture of the country, about the different, how the country is moving in the different parts. So this helps them a lot to collect knowledge. So this regarding the, not only for the academic part, but also for the other aspects of the university, of the work. Now you see, now if I go to this, next I'm going to this SDG goals. As you know, there are 17 such points which are under consideration. And actually, we focus on all these goals, but in particular, for the impact ranking, we have concentrated on the quality education, gender equality, and decent work and economic growth. And this is a compulsory part, was always there, the partnership for the goals. So these are the SDGs where we have concentrated in from different directions, how to improve, how to maintain, how to sustain all this throughout the year, so that we can represent a good activity regarding all these aspects. Now, while talking about this SDGs, I must first convey that our library has a significant effect in this for covering all these SDGs, considering all these SDGs involving students and teachers and faculties from the different parts. In particular, under the present pandemic situation, our library actually displays a very important role. We have this primary function of this university library system is to provide support for the university programs and teaching, and to serve the needs for the students, faculty, etc. But the important point which I want to mention, that our library is open to all. So anybody from any part of the country, even from outside, globally, they can access different facilities of the libraries digitally. So we have made almost 80% of the part of the library digital, which helps them a lot. And in particular, this is helping under this pandemic situation. We can access the library from our homes, all the students, teachers, and researchers. So that is one important point to be mentioned. So I think we should think in these directions to the fight against the present scenario, this present pandemic all over the world. So this is our central library. This is the College Street campus, and some glimpses inside the library. Which includes lots of rare books also, which are also digital versions are available there, and anybody can access those digital versions. And which are very rare. Say there are some of the books which are only single copy available, very old books starting from the British period till now. So this is one of the important feature of the university. And going for the other goals, we always maintain, say, the gender neutral approach. We want to eliminate discrimination against women, and the Convention of the Rights to Persons with Disabilities. So these facilities are always there. And in our city, in our university, we strictly maintain these policies so that students can learn from their student life that how one should look at this social problems. Actually, I feel that these goals are not only for having, say, the good rankings, but these will help our students, even the faculties, how to look at the life, how they should bear, what are the goals they should follow in their life itself. Because that's why I like those SDGs very much. Our leadership, we like these goals very much, and it should be the part of our life, so that to make our life more interesting, more religious, more encouraging. These goals helps us a lot in that direction. Our university absolutely discourages any kind of forced labor, slavery, etc., which is obvious. And in order to maintain all these, we take help. We have collaborations with different NGOs also all over the city. Even in our university itself, we have some NGOs which are academic associations, mainly run by the faculty members, researchers of the university and outside the university. They come to these NGOs, like, say, the Calcutta Statistical Association, Botanical Society, Zoological Society. So many such societies are there inside the university campus. They work as NGOs. They do different jobs, like, say, publishing journals. There are many world-famous journals which are coming from these NGOs. We publish those journals, we can follow the students, they help the students a lot. Even the students can publish their works, their papers in those journals. So it is, I think this is an added facility for the University of Calcutta. And the modern facilities like the computing, I think it will take say about half an hour to discuss about the computing facilities. I'm just mentioning a few points. Even recently, we got the advantage of say quantum computing. IBM provided us free access to their server so that our students can do the quantum computing from here through the remote access to the IBM server. So I think this is a new achievement of the University of Calcutta. We have a strong group of workers. They are working in this on this world of quantum computing from physics and applied mathematics. And I think this is a new direction of research, and this will also help us to achieve some new goals. Okay. And these IT tools, we have separate IT department in the technology faculty and the separate computer science department. They help us a lot for improving the university computing facilities and helping all other, even the arts departments in collaboration. They help them a lot. So the university has collaboration, and the most important part, we have the many international and national universities. We have memorandum of understandings, MOUs with those, and this helps us a lot to run the different research projects, to complete some new, achieve some new goals, some new research areas. So in this aspect, I must mention about, in particular, I'm interested in some astronomical data, and I'm from statistics, astronomical data analysis. We have a strong association with the Inter-University Center for Astronomy, IUCA, Pune, that is Professor Narlikar's institute, and we do joint research with the researchers from there, and we have a center here in the University of Calcutta for doing this astrostatistical research. This is a new area, and some other new. I will also mention about some other collaborations also there. So for gathering or measuring data for these SDGs, the university participates in international collaborations with renowned institutes in the global environment. By uniting the characteristics of domestic research with international research, the university is capable to enhance its international research outlook. So that is another part of the, the collaborative works through these international collaborations. And another thing I must mention while regarding to the NGOs, recently we are thinking about, so regarding the NSS and NC, I must mention this part. We are thinking about introducing NCC, the National Cadet course, as a optional course as into the UG and PG levels. You know that Calcutta University has 154 affiliated colleges where we teach the undergraduate programs, and at the PG level we have around 6,000 students. So to make the all-round improvement on the students, so we also concentrate on those parts, that is NSS and NCC, and this also helps us to achieve the goals. This is another direction I forgot to mention. And perhaps in the next year we will introduce NCC as one of the optional course into the curriculum. It will help the students a lot in and regarding the MOUs, we have many such MOUs. A partial list is mentioned here. We have MOUs with different universities from US, France, Canada, Bangladesh, Thailand, UK, Poland, Germany, France, Italy. So many collaborations, and our research groups are very strong in this direction, and they do good jobs around this. Since the time is is limited, I shouldn't explain more. But before stopping, I like to mention two of the collaborations I liked very much. I was involved there. The first one is one collaboration with the University of Southern Queensland in Australia. There we have studied the mobility of the social and occupational mobility. That is how the target was there to study how the society is moving, in which directions, upward over the generations, in the upward direction or a downward direction. These are known as social and occupational mobility. And we have studied this by taking samples from some Australian, a few from India, what is the direction, how the society is moving. And occupationally also, within the life of an individual, how he is changing his job, which is an indicator of improvement. The occupational mobility is an indicator of good improvement in the society. That is one direction. And another one, which is, I think, the coming goal, which should maybe included in future in the list of SDGs. That is, there we have the life under the sea. We have discussed that is one goal, and on the land, that is another goal. But there may be another goal, how one can survive outside this planet. Okay? So that is, I think, this is, you know, that this research has started for long back. So people, whether it is possible for human being to go to find some life to the other planets. So we have some works in this direction also, and the NASA has an archive. They have data related to these exoplanets, that is the planets outside our solar system, in the other galaxies, even in our galaxy, in the other such groups, whether it is possible to find some habitable planets. And some of the, they have already listed some of the planets where their life may exist. So to sustain the life outside this world and outside our planet, that may be a target in near future, because gradually the Earth is becoming older and older. So there are some typical parameters on the basis of which we list the habitable planets, and one may target to identify which one is closer to us and which can be accessed from this place. So with this few comments, I conclude. Thank you again for giving me this chance to discuss here. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Professor Ashish. Thank you very much. It was really, it's a nice story to listen about one of the oldest universities of India, the Calcutta University, one of the prestigious universities of India. And as you said, the university has been instrumental in producing a lot of Nobel laureates. Thank you very much for the session, sir. And thank you for agreeing to our request and for being a part of this event. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
So with this, we are coming to the end of the event, and I have been entrusted with the responsibility of giving the closing remarks. So thank you, Professor Raghu, for giving that responsibility. Now, this 2-day sessions we had, and it was a very fruitful session. And there was a lot of interaction. There were a lot of questions coming from the audience also. Now, one thing is for sure that higher educations are playing a very significant role with respect to sustainable development goals. And the institutions across the world are doing a lot of research in this area. And especially the Indian institutions, Indian universities are also not far behind. They are doing really well. And that is an indication of the rankings at the world forums. So when you talk about higher education institutions, now they have been trying their best in teaching SDG goals, or including the SDG goals in their syllabuses, doing a lot of community development activities, linking it to the SDGs. So this international symposium, which is organized by Amrita University, we are trying to bring together eminent speakers from India and abroad, basically to share their vision, the policies, actions, and that will enable SDGs to be driven proactively across universities and academic institutions. And we are very fortunate to have a very eminent, very distinguished speakers from across the world, bringing in different perspectives, bringing in different case studies. Though we all agree to the point that COVID-19, there are a lot of speakers who talked about COVID-19. There are some vice chancellors who were talking about what are the initiatives taken by universities to tackle this COVID-19 pandemic? How are they collaborating? How are they trying to make an impact in the society? Now, though there's a setback for sustainable development everywhere, but COVID-19 is also, in addition to the disastrous ramifications on the global economic system, the pandemic is also throwing numerous challenges in the health, education, climate, climate action, poverty alleviation initiatives. And so this is going to be a game changer in terms of what you call the rankings, the ranking parameters in the years to come. Now, the two-day session we started off yesterday, and we had Mr. Amitabh Kant, the CEO of Niti Aayog, who inaugurated the session, who gave the keynote address. And he was of the view that he proposed the ranking of Indian universities based on SDGs. And we also had we have a speaker, AICT Chairman, Professor Sahasrabuddhe, talking about the importance of SDG 4. And we had Mr. Duncan from the THE, who was emphasizing on SDG 14. So there were a lot of views which were coming out in these sessions. Now, I, on behalf of Amrita University, would like to thank all the distinguished speakers profusely for accepting our invitation and for being a part of this very, very important event. I would like to thank Sri Amitabh Kant, the CEO of Niti Aayog, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe from the chairman of AICTE. We had Dr. Anders Carlson and Mr. Chinmay Panigrahi from Elsevier, Mr. Duncan Ross and Ms. Laura Tucker from Mr. Duncan Ross from Times Higher Education, Laura Tucker from Vertigo Ventures, Professor Riri and Mr. Junaidi from UI Green Metric, Professor Jean-Christophe Carton from Sultist, Mr. Waldemar Slinsky from IREC, Professor Angel Caldron from RMIT Australia, Professor Sitaram, Director of IIT Guwahati, Professor Ashish Kumar Chattopadhyay, Pro Vice Chancellor of University of Calcutta, Professor B. Suresh, Professor Pro Chancellor, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Professor Shashmita Samanta, Pro Vice Chancellor, KIT University, Professor Satish Kumar Bhandari, DT University Vice Chancellor, Professor Madhu Chitkara, Pro Chancellor of Chitkara University. And we had our own speakers from Amrita University, very eminent speakers. We had Dr. Venkatrangan, our Vice Chancellor. We had Dr. Bippin Nair, the Dean of School of Biotechnology, Dr. Bhavani Rao, Director of Machi Labs, Dr. Manisha Ramesh, who is the Dean of International Programs, Dr. Shanghan, who is the Dean Engineering of Amrita University, Dr. Karthik Shankar Narayan, who is adjunct faculty to Amrita University, Professor Jayas Mishra, who is a visiting faculty to Amrita University, and Professor Sumit Bahel, who has been anchoring the whole event yesterday and today, and then he handed it over to me, the Director Industry Academy Interface of Amrita University. I profusely thank all these dignitaries, all these distinguished speakers, and a special thanks to the Vice Chancellor for allowing us to hold this event. Thanks are due to Mr. Sairam, who is the head of the Department of Information and Communication Technology Services at Amrita University, for all the technical support. Thank you, Mr. Sairam. You have been a one call away. Thanks to Amrita Office of Communications and Dr. Shyam Divakar for the digital media support. Everybody's aware that we are on Twitter, we are on Facebook. This program is going live on YouTube because of the Amrita Office of Communications and Dr. Shyam Divakar. Mr. Shyam and team from Amrita create for all the wonderful designs, the poster works, Ms. Rajlakshmi for the PR content. And last but not the least, I should thank the team, the Amrita Center for Accreditation, Rankings and Eminence, Mr. Amardeep, Mr. Nihal, Mr. Devajit, and Mr. Satya, who have been working behind this event for the last many months. So I thank all the panelists, all the distinguished speakers. I thank you all the attendees who have participated from across the world, irrespective of the time zones. We know that the time zones are different and everybody is attending this event from different countries. Thank you very much, all the attendees. And we hope that this particular event would definitely make an impact when you talk about SDGs, because that is where everybody is focusing. We want this world to be a better place to live, for not only for us, but for the generations to come. That is also a vision of our Chancellor, our beloved Amma, who have been working profusely, and she has been working profusely, and we are all behind her working profusely for this, to achieve this particular vision, and the vision that Amrita University has set forward to itself. Thank you very much, everybody. A good night to the Indian attendees, a very good day for all the attendees from abroad, and with salutations to Amma, this particular event is coming to a close. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Thank you. With this, we declare the event officially closed.